Again, I hope everybody's doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're here today to chat about Freemasonry. Actually, so initially today, my plan for my discussion was going to be talking about The Long Walk, which is a book written by Stephen King. It was published under his pseudonym Richard Bachman. It was, if not the first book he wrote, one of the first books he ever wrote, but it did not get published for probably a couple of decades. I think after he wrote it, published under Richard Bachman. It's becoming a movie that is getting released on the 12th of September. That has a 96% score on Rotten Tomatoes, so the movie looks incredible. Anyways, I think that there are some interesting. It's one of my favorite books of all time. Depending on the day, it might be my favorite book. It kind of switches between that one, Don Quixote, the Colorado Kid. But I thought it might be worth talking about it because I do believe, at least from the literature perspective, there are some really interesting Masonic ideas or ideals therein contained within that book that I want to talk about. However, this morning I was thinking about another question, which is the idea of, welcome, Smokey. No worries, you don't have to stick around. I appreciate you being here even for a few minutes. I saw the heart, so thank you so much. Which is the idea of relevance. I think I've talked about this before. The extent to which I believe Freemasonry can or will be popular or will be unpopular, or successful is a better term, or not successful. I think that the extent to which Freemasonry is or is not successful really is dependent upon the extent to which it is relevant in our communities and relevant in the world and relevant to our members. And there are different ways that we can define relevance. And I think I may actually focus on that idea a little bit more. Before I start to talk about The Long Walk, I may talk about relevance. What is relevance, how it works, what it is, and the types of relevance that we as Freemasons should be striving for. But Courtney, welcome. Thank you for being here. Welcome everybody who's joining us. So I think today might be a dual topic, the long walk, and Freemasonry and relevance, both of which I think are very important, but that's going to come up, or one of which I think is really interesting to me, and the other one I think is very important to a Masonic idea. But that's going to be in the second hour. In the first hour, we're just going to hang out, chat, see who joins, and let me know what it is that you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry. But Courtney, Smokey, it's good to see you. Anybody just joining us, please take a moment, jump in the chat, say hello. Let me know how it's going. If you have any thoughts or questions on Freemasonry. As I was saying, this first hour, we just hang out and chat about whatever. The second hour is where we start on specific topics. Again, I think it's going to be a combination of the long walk, why I think it has Masonic relevance, and also the idea of relevance. What is relevant? What does relevance mean? And why relevance is something that we as Freemasons not so much need to chase, but need to acquire if we are going to be successful. Hello, Mr. Keeps. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I hope your day at work is going well. I hope you're having a good week. We are halfway through the week. It's been a great week so far. I've loved the chance to get back to Scottish Rite. We had our first meeting of Scottish Rite since June, so that was great to be back. Part of the Scottish Rite is we had a great presentation on the Scottish Rite Learning Center, um, which is something I'm incredibly proud of in Windsor. It's one of, I believe, if I recall correctly, I may be getting the number incorrectly, um, seven learning centers in Canada, excuse me. And we teach kids, or it helps tutor children who are struggling with the ability to read. Um, it helps them kind of reach the appropriate reading level based on whatever grade they're in. So it's kids with dyslexia, as well as I believe other types of learning disabilities, but primarily dyslexia. They get free tutoring services where they are, again, where they are taught how to read at whatever appropriate level they are supposed to be at. And then they have graduation ceremonies once they reach that level in the Windsor Masonic Temple. It's a really cool learning center, school. I've been proud to be a volunteer there, proud to do some work there. So yeah, I'm glad, Mr. Keeps, that it is going better today than yesterday. Hopefully, it continues going better today than yesterday, and hopefully you have a better week. Also, tonight I'm going to go visit Rose Lodge. First meeting for them back since over the summer, so that's going to be fun. And also, yesterday, congratulations to Moose Lodge, to Jeff, on a great pasta fundraiser supporting a good friend who's been diagnosed with cancer. But for now, let's just see who joins, and we'll go from there. We got 4 votes for We Watch the Long Walk. 2 yes and 2 no's, so 50-50. By the way, another poll I've got happening right now is on my Patreon page. This poll is exclusive for Patreon members. So if you want to vote on it, you need to become a Patreon member, either at the free level or at the, you can pay per month. On September 14th at 7 p.m., I had to push it back 1 hour because I got some wrestling on that day. I'm going to be watching a Masonic movie, Masonic piece of pop culture on Tubi. I'm going to be watching that with my friend. We're going to be live streaming it. There are 4 options: Freemasonry and the Knights Templar, secret societies, Space Masons and the Alien Conspiracy, and 33 and Beyond, the Royal Art of Freemasonry. Interesting enough, right now there are 3 votes: 1 for Freemason Knights Templar, 1 for secret societies, 1 for Space Masons and the Alien Conspiracy, none for 33 and Beyond. So right now it's a 3-way tie. So if we don't get some more people voting on this one, I'm going to end up having to be the one to decide. So get in there, vote, become a Patreon. I'll leave the link. You can just join for free. Hello, how's it going? I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. I wish I could. But thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. And I very much hope that you are doing well. Oh, when it comes to technology, Mr. Keeps, I'm not the best person at all. I've always been an Android guy. It's funny because I'm always talking about Steve Jobs, and I'm such a fan of that movie, and I'm such a fan of the Steve Jobs kind of, I don't know what to call it, philosophy, approach to life based on what I've seen. However, I've always been an Android guy, and the Samsung phone has been great for live streaming. It feels like the microphone and camera always come through great. So it's tough for me to say. I guess it depends what you want to use it for, right? But I hope everybody watching this is doing well. As always, please take a moment. If you're not done so yet, hit that like and subscribe button. Where's that cough, etc., etc. Yes. Well, this is an old bleach stain, but this is my widow's son's sweatshirt. Widow's Sons is a motorcycle club that is affiliated in some places with Freemasons. Not every jurisdiction has a widow's sons, and even in jurisdictions that do, not every jurisdiction recognizes widow's sons. But it's, like I said, motorcycle club that tends to be affiliated with Freemasonry. They do a lot of charitable work, charitable efforts. A lot of guys who enjoy motorcycles join. So yeah, this was actually, my dad got this for me, but it was got it for me as a fundraiser. I guess a member of his lodge was doing a fundraiser for the Widow's Sons. So, and the Widow's Sons does a lot of great work for different charities in and around not just Manitoba, but Ontario and anywhere where they're located. But I like to think that these bleach stains make me look cool. They're fashionable, right? So today it's me with a bleach stained sweatshirt. Tomorrow it's Gwen Stefani with the bleach stained sweatshirt. You just watch. Interesting. I don't know how many votes we got, but the yeses are in the lead. 7 votes. So maybe I will talk a little bit more about the long walk and how I think there are Masonic ideals to it. Certainly I'll be posting a video after I see it in theaters talking about it and why I love it, or at least why I loved the book and what I thought of the movie. But based on everything I've seen, I'm assuming I'm going to love both. So, because everybody keeps saying the book is very accurate to or the movie is very accurate to the book, and very good. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. But for now, as always, waiting to see who joins. 45 minutes in. I've got to read that. I've never read it, so I have no idea. But I have thought about doing a Masonic book club. Actually, in the past, I think it'd be kind of fun. We've done Freemasonry and pop culture, and the focus of that has always been Freemasonry in either movies or TV shows, which I really enjoy. But it might be kind of fun to do Freemasonry in literature. And obviously, I've talked about Albert Pike enough and Manly P. Hall, but some of those more, even like books that deal with Freemasonry, but in a fictional setting, could be a lot of fun. And would be really enjoyable. So I still haven't read it yet. I'm curious now. Hey, LJ is back. Welcome back. You were here yesterday. Thank you for being back. Murder in the 33rd Degree is a powerful insider narrative about the subversion of the church at the highest level under 3 popes. Nice, LJ. So you and I are in the same boat. I'm assuming then you've read the book. What did you think of the book, out of curiosity? I mean, Mr. Keeps, if you would like to, I mean, sure, I'll always take free anything, even a free book. Actually, probably a free book more than anything else. If you want to, by all means. I mean, I will definitely read it. I don't know if slash when I would do the book club per se, but it's uh, something I think would be cool to do. If nothing else, what I could do is, like I said, I'd read it and maybe even post some my thoughts about it on my Medium page. But yeah, I would love to read it. According to this, it came out in, when did it come out? March 21st, 2022. It doesn't say anything in here about Freemasonry other than the title. I'm trying to look at the. Oh no, here it is. The Gagnon investigation into Vatican Freemasonry. All right, I mean, it does sound kind of funny. Sure, I'll read it. I mean, I'll definitely read it. It seems kind of funny because the Vatican is so opposed to Freemasonry. It's been, I was hoping we could change that potentially, right? One of my thoughts was with the new Pope being from America, being born and growing up at a time when Freemasonry was very ubiquitous in Chicago, much more so than it is now. My hope was maybe um, the Catholic Church would have a softening of its opinion towards or about Freemasonry. It seems so far that that's not the case, but maybe that'll change. I'm not willing to give up hope yet that there is um, some potential for a reconsideration of the Catholic position on Freemasonry. Again, the Masonic position on Catholicism is anybody's welcome to join who believes in the supreme being, including Catholics. We've got, so LJ, what did you think about my stream yesterday? As I said, I'm going to start in 40 minutes on the main topic. Right now, I'm just waiting. So it's going to be a combination of the long walk. It's also going to be talking about relevance, I think, a little bit. In general, like what relevance is, different types of relevance, and why I think relevance is important. I think Freemasonry, what we need to strive for in our, what we need to strive for in Freemasonry is not so much membership, which I think is the mistake. I think we've spent far too much time focusing on trying to get members and not near enough time focusing on the most important thing, which is actually relevance, right? We can get all the members in the world if we are not relevant in the lives of our membership, if we're not relevant in the lives of the communities in which we're located, if we're not relevant to the families of our membership, then we're not going to be successful, unfortunately. I wish that were not the case, but unfortunately it is the case, right? It can't just be about members, it needs to be about relevance. And in some ways, that's the right approach, right? For anything to be successful, it needs to be relevant to the community in which it's located. That's even true for entertainment. That's true for the long walk. Why, if it's successful, it's because there's something about the movie or the book or a combination that is relevant to people, either on an emotional level or a psychological level. They want to see it because it matters to them in some way. They have been really strong. I mean, I can say the book's incredible. Well, what's interesting, Mr. Keeps, is there are a lot of similarities between the idea of the Running Man and the Long Walk. In terms of the basic premise, right? In both cases, it's people entering some type of contest in order to escape voluntarily entering some type of contest in order to escape or otherwise get a better life for themselves. So both take place in kind of economically depressed totalitarian futures in which, again, you have people entering kind of life or death, literally life or death contests with the hope of getting really money or fortune or escaping the life that they have or supporting their family financially. Right, in The Running Man, if you've ever read the book, you know he joins the Running Man game show because his wife and daughter need medicine, if I recall correctly, or need food. Um, but I would say the difference is The Running Man, at least from what I recall, having read it many years ago, is much more plot driven, right? It's much more this happens, then this happens, then this happens. Like it doesn't really examine the psychological impact or psychological impacts of the premise, either on the main characters themselves or on the society, which would allow these things to happen. Whereas The Long Walk, one of the things I love about it is the fact that so much of it, it doesn't really explore the society in which it's taking place, other than you get little ideas here and there. It really is focused on the psychological impact and the psychological toil of what it would be like to be these characters, to be taking part in this, the psychological conditions that encourage them to volunteer for the type of contest where there's a 99% chance they're going to die and a 1% chance they're going to live. Um, what it does to you to see 99 other people, if you're the winner, psychologically, what it does to you to see 99 other people be killed, including, and this is the Masonic idea a little bit we'll talk about, including people you become friends with in the walk, and what that would do to you psychologically. And also, it much better examines the physical toll of basically what it would mean to you to have to walk for, in the book, it's at a pace of 4 miles per hour for basically 4 days straight without any stopping. What that would do to your body physically and the injuries you would suffer and experience. So, I mean, similar premise, very different execution of that premise. And I think The Long Walk is a far better execution of the premise. Stephen King, I think, has always been incredibly good at writing for character and understanding characters. I think that's his maybe strongest suit. And The Long Walk is a completely character-driven story, whereas The Long Walk is plot-driven. Welcome, Dad. How's it going? Those are good. Reading magazines, there's nothing wrong with that. Reading magazines is awesome. I'm a monarchist as well. Maybe it's just because my dad's British, but, and plus a lot of British monarchs have been Freemasons, so there you go. I guess that would help it as well. Um, but I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. I hope everybody's having a great day. Let's give it a few minutes. But you're not wrong, by the way, LJ. Stephen King, um, Stephen King, um, adaptations over the last few years have been really, really, really good. So, oh, by the way, also today is the, I guess, 30th anniversary of the release of the X-Files. Interestingly enough, there was a Masonic reference in the X-Files, a single Masonic reference in the X-Files. It's when Mulder and Scully were in a graveyard and they passed by, I believe it was actually like a mausoleum that had the square and compasses on it. So it's probably by accident that it was in there. or not planned. However, it was a cool little moment. I can actually see if I can find the episode. Because now I'm curious to remember what episode it was. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, here it is. If I can find it now. Trying to find it. Trying to find the actual. Oh, this is in alphabetical order. I gotta go down to the end of this thing. Elemental P. Oh, here it is. X-Files. So, Irresistible, Season 2, Episode 13. Season 2, Episode 13 of the X-Files. You see the square encompasses on a mausoleum in the background as Mulder and Scully are walking away. So, yeah. It's a cool little Masonic Easter egg. I actually like the X-Files a lot. One of my favorite TV shows. And very much, I think, an under kind of, even though it's people love it, I feel like it got underappreciated somewhat in by kind of sci-fi. I feel like it tends to be more Buffy and Angel that get all the attention. All right, we're going to give it a bit more time. We're going to wait to see who else joins. As always, the main topic I will start discussing in approximately 30 minutes. We're going to start with the log walk, but then what I will probably look at doing is start talking about relevance and types of relevance and why I think relevance matters and is important when it comes to Freemasonry. And to anybody else who's watching this, if you're just joining, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let me know if there's anything you want to talk about, any questions about Freemasonry, any comments, any thoughts, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. And if there are, like I said, if there's any topics you want to discuss outside of Freemasonry, by all means, I hope you'll let me know. I'd very, very much appreciate it. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. We're here to chat about Freemasonry. The first hour I just spent hanging out Waiting to see who joins. The second hour, I start on specific topics. Today's specific topics is going to be the long walk, why I think there are Masonic connections therein. Um, Not saying that Stephen King was a Freemason. To my knowledge, he is not. Nor was he, when he wrote this, nor is this me saying that any Masonic connections were intentional. Rather, there are general philosophical ideas that you find throughout literature that I think can apply to Freemasonry, or that I think Freemasons can take ideas from. And that includes The Long Walk. That included, for example, Lost, the TV show. That included Westworld, which is a TV show I really like. That included a lot of different shows. Lost was just one of them. The Long Walk is just one of them in terms of movies or books. But I do think we as Freemasons, it's worth exploring pop culture, especially what will likely be popular pop culture, and finding any type of Masonic lessons therein. Yes, LJ. I mean, Prince Philip, who recently passed away, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, was himself both a Freemason and an ex-naval officer. He was, in fact, a member of the Naval Lodge, which met out of United Grand Lodge of England. So, and supposedly a well-known, a well-known kind of active Freemason, especially in his younger years. So. That is true. Poland was the first country invaded during World War II. I think Poland just came up in the news, if I'm not mistaken. I think there was, Russia violating Polish airspace. We'll see what happens. I think, knock on wood, we have cool heads prevail when you're dealing with nuclear weapons, and the fact we have two countries nuclear weapons, obviously the stakes potentially get higher. But I just read about that a little bit in the news today, so I don't know a lot about what's happening. Um, President Trump, I guess, posted on Truth Social, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go!" Exclamation point. I am not a big fan of the President of the United States ending social media posts by saying, "Here we go," with an exclamation point, because I don't know what that means, but it seems disconcerting to me a little bit. I'd rather he not say stuff like that if I had the choice. Well, things get complicated, right? Historically, you have people on different sides of different battles, and certainly, I mean, even short after World War II, Russia found itself on the opposite side of America and Britain after being allied with America and Britain. So I think it's one of the safest things to say is international relations have been complicated, and they have been complicated since international relations actually existed. I'm sure they were complicated back when international relationships meant three different tribes of people who lived in caves trying to work with each other and trade for goods and services and go to battle. I'm sure it's difficult even when it's not humans. I'm sure schools of fish have their own politics when it comes to how they interact with other schools of fish and predators, right? Things just get very complicated. I think it's the nature of relationships between, whether it be individuals, or you want to scale that up, differences between individuals, to differences between individuals in groups, to challenges between groups themselves. But But like I said, I think what's become scary is the scale at which damage can take place, especially when you consider the idea of the Great Filter and what the Great Filter is. One of the things, and I know this is going to sound very kind of arrogant of me as a Freemason to say, but the Great Filter theory scares me very much, and I think Freemasonry can potentially push back against the approach of that filter by demonstrating to people a lodge, by demonstrating an organization which welcomes men and women, but men of different faiths, politics, beliefs, backgrounds, and even some men, oftentimes men who do not like each other very much, who can still come together in lodge, act towards each other with civility, kindness, and respect, and work to build something greater than themselves. I hope that that can be a reflection that can grow to society and fight against what I see as some very dangerous trends. Dear Raj Kumar, hello. How's it going, dear Raj? I hope you're doing well. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button if you're not done so before, and let me know how you're doing and how your day is going. If you don't know what the Great Filter is, I guess I'd say look it up, but it's kind of a disconcerting theory. Basically, it has to deal with why it is we do not see evidence of alien life in the universe. Does it mean that advanced civilizations have a tendency over time to destroy themselves? Which it seems like humans, it's our nature to always get really close to doing something really bad and then or really damaging and then pulling away at the last minute, at least on a global scale, right? The example of, for example, the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's like we get close to the edge, and then thanks to one or two people in the right place of the right mind, we pull back. But how many times can we get very close to how many times can we get very close to kind of blowing the whole thing up before it happens? And do we want to keep on taking those risks, And in a very scary note or sad note, somebody I'm not a big fan of by the name of Candace Owens, who I'm sure you know of her. I am not a fan of her even a little bit. She started talking about Freemasonry. So it's quite concerning to me because when she starts talking about Freemasonry, she's got a big following. Certainly, I don't know, 100 times bigger than mine, if not more, maybe 1,000 times bigger. It's scary because she starts saying things negative about Freemasonry. That gets the conspiracy theorists up and running. All we can do is try our best and fight the good fight. Even if we lose, we're still fighting the good fight, I think. Or at least I'm still trying to fight the good fight. Let's give it a bit more time. Let's see who joins. Another 20 minutes, going to start talking about my main subjects. We're going to give it another, like I said, 20 minutes. First, I'm going to start talking about the long walk. And then I'm going to start talking about relevance. Maybe the question will be types of relevance. Right? Because there are different types. And I think we as Freemasons need to pay attention to the types of relevance that we are promoting and trying to focus on. Oh my gosh. Well, this is a whole new set of problems now. So which pop culture movies should we watch for our September 14th, 7 p.m. YouTube live stream? Freemasonry and the Knights Templar, Secret Society, Space Masons, and the Alien Conspiracy, 33 and Beyond, The Royal Art of Freemasonry. And they each have one vote. So, I may have to be the one who selects. By the way, there's 60 members of my Patreon and 4 votes right now on that poll. So we can get, we should have way more people voting on it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to be the one who selects. Good. I mean, hey, that stuff matters. I've talked about that a lot when it comes to Freemasonry and our Freemasonry and our buildings, the importance of having the fire inspection, fire codes, all that stuff matters a lot. So sorry, LJ, I don't believe in aliens at all. Other than I think they make really good topics for movies. But I don't actually believe aliens exist. I don't think they're here, nor do I think they're anywhere in the universe. There may have been alien civilizations in the past that, again, destroyed themselves before they made it to a point where they could travel the universe or leave any type of mark on the universe that we would pick up. But I tend to be almost much more convinced that we are the exclusive life in the universe, which to me should give us a sense of responsibility. If we are the one life that exists in the universe, then it strikes me as even more important that we do our best to protect ourselves and our life. So we are the one life that can appreciate the universe and view it and see the beauty of it, right? It's one of those things where it's nice to think it's kind of like, if heaven forbid, knock on wood, I don't want to, but if I, get hit by a bus tomorrow, I at least take a little bit of comfort in knowing that life goes on and the world goes on and people still exist to experience beauty and happiness and wonder and all the things that when I'm dead, I can no longer experience. If I was the last person left alive, I would probably be much more careful of my life because I'd like to think that somebody can exist to appreciate the world and all the things in it. In the same way, if we are the single intelligent life form in the universe, I think it's very important we stick around. But I know a lot of people, I have some good friends who believe firmly in both aliens and the idea that aliens exist and that aliens exist on Earth. But I'm not one of them. But Dad, I'm glad they're checking your smoke alarms and your fire detectors. That stuff, your smoke alarms and your fire alarm system. That stuff is important. It's important for us as Masons to make sure buildings are safe and for individuals to make sure the same. And interestingly enough, with the 6 votes, it's 50-50. 6 people will see the long walk or watch the long walk in theaters, and 6 people will not. But for now, we're just going to wait. We're going to see who joins. 15 minutes. Well, I appreciate that LJ. The problem is, I don't. So I guess you have to define what you mean by bad about Freemasonry. I know, for example, she believes the moon, at least what I've seen, is she believes the moon landing is fake, and the fact that Freemasons were uh, involved in the moon landing makes her believe that that to her is proof that the moon landing was fake. The fact that Freemasons, I want to say involved, I mean, there was a Freemason, Buzz Aldrin, who was both a Freemason and an astronaut. So she thinks that that, in and of itself, proves that the moon landing was fake. Which, again, the moon landing was not fake, but the fact that she believes that concerns me. Then on August 10th, she wrote on Twitter, "Someday people will realize that the Enlightenment was actually a free Masonic darkening of mankind. They have been lying about science, technology, and most importantly, our history. Artificial intelligence is our next big effort," which makes me concerned on two reasons. The first is the fact that I think the Enlightenment was the, with the exception of maybe the Pax Romana, one of the most important philosophical movements and political movements in history. It birthed America. It birthed somewhat Freemasonry. Not really, it didn't birth it, but it kind of gave Freemasonry its modern shape. You know, some of my favorite philosophers, Voltaire, Concordisant, Ben Franklin, if you want to call him a philosopher, were all themselves Freemasons and Enlightenment era thinkers. So that is concerning. You know, she wrote, what did she say? She said at some point, the founding of America is a lie. It was basically two Masonic groups infighting, which was not the case, and the real, I guess the real, the good Masons lost, or something to that effect. Even she said that, I mean, this was taken as negative, that Kamala Harris's family was involved in Freemasonry. She meant that in a negative way. I mean, she's a conspiracy theorist. She's a, you know, a terrible human being, but part of being a conspiracy theorist is Freemasonry often finds itself in the crosshairs of such people. Good. That's awesome, Dad. By the way, how was your memory work? I know you said you're working on your fellowcraft degree. How'd it go? How'd your memory work go? But I'm glad that you're seeing the positives in Freemasonry, LJ. That makes me very happy. We're working on it, so. We're going to give it another 10 minutes. Just going to wait to see who else jumps in the chat, who says hello, and then we're going to start on the main topics. But thank you, everybody who's been here so far. And yeah, Dad, let me know how your meeting went last night and how your memory work went as well. I'm sure it went great, but I'd love to hear more about it. But LJ, let me know, what are some of the things you've heard. I mean, I've always, somewhat bucked a little bit or buckled against the idea of personal outcome first. I think it needs to be a little bit more nuanced than that. Um, right? Even here, Candace Owens and Mayo Yiannopoulos called the founding of America fake and gay, which I don't even know what that means. According to Candace, the Boston Tea Party was a mainstream lie. It was, in fact, Freemasons who were behind America's founding and the Civil War and everything else at this point. So that's concerning. Um, I mean, yeah, I hate conspiracy theories for a lot of different reasons, even ones that don't deal with Freemasonry. I think it tends to people. I've known people who've fallen for various types of conspiracy theories and seen them absolutely uh, ruin their lives. A lot of times, people use conspiracy theories to scam people out of money, such as the so-called Queen of Canada, who lives in an RV in Saskatchewan and managed to take probably millions of dollars from people by claiming she was the rightful Queen of Canada. I mean, it's frightening, right? One thing I love about Freemasonry is its emphasis, in my opinion, and this is me and my view on it, is its emphasis on things like rationality. And again, those Enlightenment era values, rationality, science in some ways, the ability to understand the universe, which I think is a very valuable and important tool that fights against um, not just conspiracy theories per se, but just the irrational thoughts and irrational weaknesses that can destroy a lot of people's lives if they're not careful. So, did you do anything else, Dad? Because that's something I've talked about in the past. What do you do? What do we do as Freemasons when we have a degree planned and it falls through? Did you do education? Did you have like a fancier banquet? What type of stuff did you do during that time to kind of make up for the lack of a degree? And we're just going to give it a little bit more time. We're going to wait to see who joins. In 5 minutes, I'm going to start on the main topic. Really, it's about friendship and brotherhood more than anything else when it comes to the long walk. But it's another few minutes. By the way, 2,525 subs. So thank you for that. Anybody who's watching this and is not subbed, it's not too late. Please take a sub. And by the way, just going to mention this quickly. On September 21st, that is, as people may know, my birthday. Uh, One thing I'm going to be, sorry, September 22nd is my birthday. I'm going to start my 24-hour live stream on September 21st. And then what I'm going to do is from the 21st to the 22nd, I'm going to do a 24-hour live stream. So we'll start September 21st at 2 p.m. We'll finish September 22nd at 2 p.m. My plan is every hour or 2 hours during that live stream, I'm going to give away or gift a Patreon membership um, to those who are watching. So what I'll do is I'll probably be doing draws. Basically, anybody who's watching I will gift one Patreon membership to somebody watching. So if we have 5 people watching, you have a 1 in 5 chance of getting it. And basically, what that means is you'll get a free month of Patreon membership, which will come with special correspondence and special items exclusive for you. Uh, After the month, you can either cancel the membership or you can just maintain it and pay for the next month. It'll be the tier 1 membership, but that will be every probably 2 hours, actually. I'll do that. So, yeah, I hope that you guys join. September 21st, starting at 2 p.m. It's my birthday, but I'm going to be giving away gifts. So you can't ask for anything better than that. Well, LJ, I'm glad that you've not bought into any conspiracy theories that involve Freemasonry. I tend to find, though, conspiracy theories, once you start to believe them, in my experience, it can be a pretty steep decline in terms of, um, you start to believe more and more of them, and it becomes very kind of dangerous, challenging. Pick your term. Um, so just be very careful. And I guess what I'd say is don't be very careful and always try to keep yourself grounded. It's always just generally a good piece of advice, I suppose, for life. Well, Snowman the Big Donkey, I'm going to have to put you in timeout. Having said that, I do hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Nonetheless, so let's give it. Oh, that's an interesting name too. That's an interesting username. We're going to give it a little bit more time. We're going to see who joins. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're just joining, and let me know if there's anything you want to talk about. Not much. We had I don't use this term often, but we did have one troll join the stream for a couple minutes, but that's okay. He's gone now. Beyond that, we were talking a little about conspiracy theories, the fact that my friend and yours, Candace Owens, has been attacking Freemasonry lately on her stream. We have another troll in there. I do hope the troll hit like and subscribe nonetheless, though. Right, and why I'm concerned about conspiracy theorists making their way onto the but I mean, so Catholic is right. It's the nature of the attacks, right? So, for example, I mean, I think the Catholic. I don't want to use the term attacks. I think the Catholic view on Freemasonry is incorrect, but at least I'm trying to think of the right way to put this. I'm probably gonna get this incorrect as I'm trying to say this. She's a lot off her kilter, Mr. Keeps. How do I say this in a way that makes sense? So I think the Catholic view on Freemasonry, while it's wrong, it's at least based on some I guess there's a basis of reality there. It's just they're misunderstanding what Freemasonry is. So, for example, and again, I'm relying primarily on the Pope Leo the 13th work, Humanum Genus, which was kind of, I think, even though there was even though there was Catholic anti-Masonic discussion before that and papal bulls before that, as well as after, it does seem to me that that work expresses the kind of the current mainstream view of why Catholics are opposed to Freemasonry, why the Catholic Church is opposed to Freemasonry. So, for example, it is true that Freemasons welcome men of all different religious backgrounds, or not even religious, but spiritual backgrounds who believe in a supreme being. It is true that Freemasonry is a democratic organization. Um, Even me as a worshipful master, if I have a certain view of things, but the lodge votes a different way than what I would want, I have to accept the fact that the lodge has voted that way and accept the democratic, views of the lodge. So those things are true. It's just the Catholic Church, at least in that work, did not like those things, right? It did not like the idea of Freemasons putting the idea of authority in democratic, believing that authority should be democratically um, bestowed, right? The Catholic Church believed that authority should come from the divine. You can't vote on God's will type of thing. And so they thought the fact that Freemasons put so much emphasis on democratic institutions and democracy could undermine the church. And then obviously the idea of putting a Catholic, a Muslim, a Jewish person, someone who's spiritual and not religious, all on the same level, I guess in some ways literally on the same level, they didn't like, right? So um, it's like it's just a misinterpretation of what Freemasonry is, but at least they're interpreting something that exists in some way. They're just not understanding what the purpose of Freemasonry is, right? Um, because I've used the example a million times. If you're a Catholic and you're called into court to testify, you may take an obligation on the Bible. The next person may take an obligation on the Quran. It doesn't mean that you're not going to go to court and testify because the court is a civic or civil institution, as is Freemasonry, right? With Candace, my problem with her is it's not, she's just making stuff up out of the blue. Like nothing in my opinion, nothing she says is based on anything accurate. Like when she talks about, um, um, the founding of America being a Masonic plot. I mean, she's just making stuff up, right? It wasn't a plot, Masonic or otherwise. There were some Freemasons who were engaged in the forming of America, but they were um, um, what's the word I'm looking for? But there were plenty of people who were not Freemasons who were involved in the same thing. Or they did the Boston Tea Party was a hoax, or the idea that Freemasonry involves, some type of horrible rituals involving like child sacrifice or whatever it is. Like it's just making stuff up, which concerns me quite a bit. Well, but I mean, I don't. So in again, it seems to me that the current um, it seems to me that the current view of Freemasonry within the Catholic Church, at least based on what I've read, seems to come primarily from Pope Leo the 13th. At that time, he did not mention anything, at least that I saw in that work, of the Scottish Rite or the 32nd degree or any degrees. Um, Again, he referenced the three things he referenced as why the Catholic Church was opposed to Freemasonry was the democratic ideals of Freemasonry, the fact that it placed all religions on the same level, and he also brought up a lot the fact that Freemasonry was growing in membership, which struck me as more, if anything, jealousy as to the fact that Masonic membership was going up while Catholic membership numbers were dropping. So I didn't see anything about the Scottish Rite in that work, and I've not seen any papal bulls or encyclopedics, I think they're called, referencing the Scottish Rite at all. And I've known many Scottish Rite Masons who are also Catholic, so including who went up to the 32nd degree. You could say they're not real Catholics, I guess, but they would consider themselves real Catholics and attend the Catholic Church. So, yes, I think taking them in jest is the best approach to take, LJ. Um, and I think I agree, and that's the thing I always point out when it comes to people with conspiracy theories. The idea, because people like, so people will say there's a single government world order. My counter to that has always been, well, the interests of someone living in, let's say, India is going to be very different. Even a rich person or a powerful person in India is going to be very different than the interests of somebody living in America, which is going to be very different than the interests of somebody living in Africa, then South America. Like, it's competing interests. So the idea that there could be one group that controls everything, the problem is there is no three people who have the same level of interests or the same type of interests. Sometimes interests may coincide, but more often than not, interests diverge. And you need to keep that in mind. And so it's very hard for you to imagine one group of people controlling everything. So, um, this is one of those things I have talked about in the past when it comes to women in Freemasonry. When I speak of Freemasonry, generally speaking, I'm speaking of the fraternal side of Freemasonry, which is exclusive to men. So my lodge, for example, is exclusive to men. However, there is the Order of Women Freemasons, which is exclusive to women and which does meet in our Masonic lodges throughout Ontario. There is also the Order of Eastern Star, which is for men and women. So there are some Freemasons who will say Freemasons by definition is male only. I don't believe that myself. Rather, I think Freemasons is an umbrella term, which includes both the fraternal side of the order, which is male only, such as my lodge, but then also the Eastern Star and the Order of Women Freemasons. So I hope that made sense. But generally speaking, when a lot of people are talking about Freemasonry, what they are talking about is the male exclusive order. They forget about the Order of Women Freemasons and they forget about Eastern Star and Rainbow for that matter, which is for young women ages 21 and younger, as well as the DMLA, which is for young men ages 21 or younger. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you all for being here. I hope you will take a moment. If you're not done so yet, hit the like button and the subscribe button. And thank you for being here and being part of the stream. But people will try to infer different things. If they're not fans of Freemasonry, they'll infer sexism. They'll infer whatever it might be. I'm just going to invite a few more people onto this chat. Give me 1 second. Then I'm going to start talking about the main topic of today's stream. Just waiting to see if anyone else is going to join. Dun, dun, dun. Just sending a quick invitation to a couple people, but welcome. If you're just joining us, please take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. Let me know on the poll question because I'm going to start talking about the long walk in a couple of minutes. Good, good. If you don't mind me asking, LJ, were you interested in Freemasonry? Let's say, like in general, do you look up videos about it on YouTube, or do you look up videos about it on social media? Are you interested in secret societies more in general? Kind of curious, what is your kind of history of looking up Masonic content? Because you mentioned above, whenever you see it, it's always something positive, which makes me happy. Do you mostly search for it on social media, or where do you kind of find it? Uh, Good for you, Nuwanda. Everybody's welcome on this stream, gay or straight. So there you go. Good for you. But it's still wonderful to have you join. Interesting. No, the long walk has gone slightly ahead of the yes. But all right, I'm going to start talking now about the long walk. Actually, hold on just one second. I am going to spend a couple more seconds inviting some more people. But while I'm doing that, I'll start talking about the long walk. So if anybody does not know, or has not seen, or hasn't been following my social media channels where I'm talking about it all the time, The Long Walk is a book written by Stephen King. It is the first book, according to a lot of people on social media, that he ever wrote. If not the first, then it would be up there because he also wrote Raid, which is currently out of print. He wrote it actually while he was still in high school. It was not the first book that he ever published. That was Carrie. It was actually sat in a shelf or in a trunk for many years. Eventually, he published it under the pseudonym of Richard Bachman. And it was published, the first time I ever read it was in a collection of books published under the pseudonym Richard Bachman in the Bachman books, which I think I may have with me. Let me just check to see if I still got it here somewhere. I'm curious, want to show it off if I still have it. I'll be back in a moment, I promise. I should have got this before I started talking, to be fair. Well, I can't see it anywhere. All right. Well, but trust me, it was in the Bachman books. I actually wrote a introduction to that book called "The Importance of Being Bachman," which I thought was really cool. Anyways, the premise of the book, it takes place in an unspecified kind of dystopian either future or maybe dystopian alternative reality in which the United States of America, you get the sense is very economically depressed in the setting of this book, but the United States of America, every year engages in a contest called the Long Walk. And this contest is exactly what it sounds like. It's a long walk. It's where 100 young men, in the book, it's teenagers really, aged 13 to 18. 100 young men are gathered. They actually volunteer to take part in this, which is an important thing. I want to discuss how that works, or why they would volunteer for such a thing. However, 100 young men gather after volunteering to take part. They start at the Canada-US border, and they are set walking at a pace of, in the book, it's 4 miles an hour. In the movie, they switched it to 3 miles per hour, which is probably much more sensible. But they have to start walking at a pace of 4 miles per hour. They are expected to maintain that pace. If they fall below that pace 3 times within an hour, they get their ticket, and getting your ticket is a euphemism for getting killed. They have soldiers following them throughout the entirety of the walk. The soldiers are keeping track of their pace. And like I said, if at any given point they fall below the pace 3 times in an hour, the 4th time they are shot. There is no finish line to the long walk. Basically, the finish line is when you have 1 walker left. So you have 100, in the book it's 100, in the movie it's 50, but you have 100 people, 100 teenage boys set walking at a pace of 4 miles per hour. And once 99 of them fall below the pace a sufficient number of times, then the 100th boy is the 100th teenager is the winner. And what does he win? He wins, they never specify it, but a lot of money. It's never specified how much money it is. It's just, you're just told basically it's a lot of money, as well as anything you want. Basically, you get any wish that you want for the rest of your life in the book. Again, it's not necessarily, we do know what one of the walkers actually wants to wish for, but it's never really specified what any of the other ones actually. Welcome, Ramji. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. It's never made clear what any of them actually want to wish for precisely. You get the idea that one of them wishes for his father back, who was taken by the government, because this is a dystopian future. However, it's never made clear, right? I do not know what bit in Germany is. In terms of actually how long they walk, they walk, so the last person who wins is, spoiler alert by the way, is Garrity, the character, and he maintains a pace of 4 miles an hour for approximately 450 miles. He walks for about 100 hours straight without stopping, or without stopping a sufficient number of times to buy his ticket. Right? So, the walkers must maintain a steady, continuous pace. 3 verbal warnings by soldiers monitoring the group for falling below the minimum speed. A walker receives a 3rd warning and then drops below the minimum speed again is shot. The contest lasts until 1 walker remains. The winner receives fame, fortune, and anything they desire. However, what's so interesting about that is the winners don't actually seem that famous. I'll talk about what I think that means in a second. So what does this have to do with Freemasonry? Well, a couple things, but I think the most interesting thing, it comes, and you see this as a quote in both the Long Walk book, but also in the second trailer to the movie. And actually, even though it might get copyrighted, I am going to play the audio of a certain portion of the Long Walk trailer. Uh, the first part I think is really interesting. This is the second trailer. Um, and they say something similar in the book as well. But give me 1 second. All right, hold on just 1 sec. I'm just turning up the volume here. You should be able to hear this. If you can't, let me know. By the way, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button, Ramji, if you've not done so already. All right, so this is the Peter McVry's character speaking.
They say you shouldn't make friends on the long walk, but I sort of like you three.
So I don't know if you heard what he said there. They say you shouldn't make friends on the long walk, but I sort of like you three. And when you think about the nature of the contest, why you would want to make friends on the long walk kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. The whole purpose and point of the long walk is there is a single winner, right? So by definition, if you want to live and make it to the end, you have to see 99 other people, or in the movie, 49 other people be killed, in theory, in front of you, or at least around you. You can maybe look away from the actual gunshot. And both the book and the movie kind of make this point of, why would anybody choose to make friends if you know that before the end of this long walk, either they will die or you will die, or probably you will both die? Wouldn't that make it harder to compete in the long walk? Wouldn't that make it harder to go through this thing? By the way, if you're just joining us, please hit the like and subscribe button, right? Even there's this one other part in the trailer, and again, this was in the book as well. I'm going to play the rest of this part, though, here. But this is Peter McVry saying, they say don't make friends on the long walk because the emotional turmoil of it, but I sort of like you three. And then he says, let's be musketeers.
Let's be musketeers. All for one. One for all. No, and again, I need to hear it louder. All for one. One for all.
And then I'm going to play this next part because I think there's a very valuable point here as well. So just give me 1 second, and then I'm going to keep going from this. Or is it in the first trailer? Oh, here it is. Well, but I would want to be your friend during that hour, and we're going to talk about why it is. Yes, we're talking about the long walk. And I asked the question, and let me know, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. You're welcome to put your 2 cents in. So we're talking about the long walk. The whole premise is there's one winner, and in the book, 99. In the movie, 49 losers, right? The one way to win is to be the one person who makes it to the end. And at the start of the second trailer, one of the characters says, and I'll actually play it for you again, Mr. Keeps, because it's such an important idea. This is from the trailer. Let me know if you can hear this well. This is Peter McVry's, the character, talking.
They say you shouldn't make friends on the long walk, but I sort of like you three. Let's be musketeers. All for one. One for all. No, and again, I need to hear it louder. All for one. One for all.
So notice he's saying all for one and one for all to, there's 4 people in the clip. If he wins, 3 of those people will die. And not only will they die, they will die in front of him. And the more he supports them and tries to get them to keep going, the longer he has to suffer and the longer he has to walk, right? So um knackered, that's right, that's a British word. So the question is, why would you want to make friends in this situation, in this walk? And they even talk about it later on. Why do you want to be part of a group in this walk, right? Why do you want to be part of kind of a musketeer club, if you will? And they bring this up in both the movie and the book, by the way. The kind of this the seeming silliness of trying to work with people and help people that just prolongs your suffering. Um, there's one part here though. Oh, so it's Peter McVrie's talking.
I keep hoping that part gets easier. That's what I'm afraid of.
So when Peter McVrie says, "I keep hoping that part gets easier," what he's saying is he's hoping it gets easier, seeing people he knows and people he's become friends with die. And Peter McVrie and Raymond Garrity says, "That's what I'm afraid of." So you would think, right, that making friends would be a very bad idea in the long walk. However, and this is a really clever point that was brought up by one of the cast members in an interview. If you take the long walk as a metaphor for life, right? We're all kind of on this kind of version of a long walk. The best case scenario for every single person I've ever made friends with is that they will die before me, I suppose, right? Every single person who's ever made any type of friendship or formed a bond with anybody, this could include marriage, by the way, this could include becoming friends, this could become a coworker. Anytime you choose to become emotionally invested with somebody, you're doing so with the understanding that best case scenario, they will die before you, or you will die before them, or you'll both die at the same time, maybe, who knows? But either way, you're kind of making this understanding and this deal. You're making friends with somebody, and sooner or later that friendship is going to cause you some level of emotional pain and emotional trauma. You'll have to see them pass away. Who knows how brutal it could be? Maybe they'll get sick and you have to watch them not only pass away, you'll have to watch them get progressively sicker and sicker, right? And so the argument becomes, why not try to, is the emotional pain worth it, right? Is the pain of making friends, is the pain of forming a brotherhood, is it worth it when you know kind of what that will entail at some point in your life? And the long walk, I think it's really clever because it shows that actually, in some ways, it is, because despite the fact that they say, quote unquote, they say you shouldn't make friends on the long walk, the people who last the longest, in the book at least, are actually the people who develop the most friends and who have the strongest support systems. In fact, the person who wins in the book, spoiler alert for the movie, is called Raymond Garrity, and he's one of the people who actually becomes the best of friends with other people in the chat. Other people in the chat, other people on the walk. He's the one person who actually focuses on friendship and growth. And we talked about the health benefits of having connections and not being lonely, and we see that in the long walk. It's the friendships, it's the relationships that actually encourage people to push themselves further than they would have thought so otherwise. There's kind of two approaches to it, actually. You see these two characters, one of whom is called Stebbins. Very sorry, I gave spoiler alert at the start of this thing, but I think most of it is, again, I've not seen the movie, I'm speaking for the book, but there you go. Um, there's kind of two approaches that is taken. One character chooses to kind of go it alone and not make friends, not really even talk to anybody that often. Um, and other characters who choose to make friends and to work within groups, even though they know it's kind of a doomed effort. And the people who choose to make friends and work within the groups actually manage to last longer and actually manage to win. You get the sense it is the friendships that actually allow people to work harder. And again, you could argue, well, why would you want that? Wouldn't you want everybody to kind of die right away so you don't have to suffer? And it shows us, I think, the Masonic lessons we get, if you're a Freemason like me, or the lessons in the book is actually it's just not possible. Human beings are not programmed to want to see our friends, to want to see others suffer. It's in our nature to try to help those. It's a weirdly uplifting message for kind of such a dystopian book, right? And you see it even in this Psychology Today article, 41 reasons people make friends. And you could put in brackets 41 reasons people make friends, even though you know those friends are going to die. And it will cause you some level of emotional turmoil, right? Uh, but we Well, I mean, the long, I mean, there have been, death marches in the past where, uh, conquering groups or nations or people or victorious groups have made prisoners of war just walk for ungodly hours um, in order to get to wherever it is they needed to go without any concern for their health or their well-being or their safety. The difference is in those it was everybody there was a set destination you're going to. In this it's even more stark because making friends and supporting the people in the long walk, um, you're making it worse on yourself by supporting them and helping them keep walking. You're ensuring that you will have to walk longer as well, right? However, I think what they say is, and it's kind of a hopeful message, it's our nature to make friends. It's our nature to care about those around us, even if caring about those around us causes us to suffer. We can't turn that part of ourselves off, thankfully. And by not turning that part of ourselves off, we are um, ultimately benefit from it in that we are likely to live longer, we're likely to be healthier, we're likely to um, achieve more, right? If you want to take again the long walk as a metaphor for life, and you want to say the length of your life is equivalent to how long you're able to keep walking, again, the people who make the friends walk for longer. The people who support others in the long walk for longer, which is another way of saying they live for longer. And we've already talked about all of the different medical reports and all the different studies that have shown that having support systems, having friends increases your lifespan. Or to put it, to extend the metaphor, it increases the length of time for which you can walk on this long walk we're all taking part of. I mean, saving from hell is a noble effort and it's much appreciated. I'm hoping I can keep people here on Earth for as long as possible. It's so long as they're living a healthy life, obviously, and a good life. I'm not opposed to people saying if there's no hope, they have some type of cancer, whatever it is, and they feel that they there's no treatments, whatever it is, then okay. But as general rule, I'm a big fan of trying to help people stick around here as long as possible. Uh, well, I mean, hell is where all the interesting people will be, I suppose. Right? The theme of friendship can be seen everywhere. This is from Psychology Today. For instance, in many memorable movies, Toy Story, Clueless, Mean Girls, Sideways, TV shows, not only our favorite stories and movies, but also our best memories often involve friendship. Think of your favorite memories, and there's a good chance some involve enjoyable time you spent with good friends. Why is friendship important? Because as social creatures, we require relationships to satisfy our basic social needs. To feel we belong, to feel supported, cared for, and loved. Not surprisingly, friendship is good for mental health. The psychological benefits of friendship have been demonstrated in numerous studies showing true friendship is the key to happiness. For example, one investigation found mattering to one's best friends and other close friends mediated the relationship between friendship and happiness. Supportive and intimate interactions, characteristic of friendship, make us feel unique, special, and cared about. Does this mean the only reason we make friends is to enjoy the physical health benefits and mental health benefits of friendship? Or do we make friends for practical reasons? Right? Why people make friends results: one, having common interests; two, not wanting to feel lonely; three, being drawn to a person's character. Below, you will find the full list of 41 reasons of forming friendships. Support, potentially friendship that turn into romantic relationships; desirable traits, socializing; career. Here it is, sorry. Support in a new environment. That could even be the example of the long walk, right? Getting support in the environment of the long walk. Mutual support, sharing one's joys and sorrows, doing things together, having someone to go out with, talk to, discuss problems, rely on, receive advice from, and get help from. So again, you see the number one reason we make friends is support. And so when it comes to Freemasonry, I think, again, when we are, as Freemasons, welcoming a new brother into the craft, or for that matter, when someone is choosing to become a Freemason and join the craft, there's an understanding on some level you are becoming a brother, or welcoming in a brother who well, I'm not sure. I don't know if my dad has anything he needs to confess, Mr. Keeps. Everybody's welcome to their own religious beliefs, whatever they may be. We're welcoming a brother who is going to die, and in the process of that, they may become ill, and we'll have to see them become ill. They may suffer. We may have to see them suffer. And they may, like I said, either way, they're going to pass away, and then that will be a brother that we have lost. And if we choose to become friends and learn more about that brother and become emotionally attached to that brother, then the loss of them will be even harder, right? But we choose to do it because, A, human beings are programmed to do so, but more than that, we recognize and understand that even though it will come eventually with emotional damage, with emotional challenges, with emotional hurt, we do so because we know that doing so will help them lead a better, longer life, and in the same sense will help us live a better, longer life. And even in our challenges, will help us make it further down the road. And our efforts, and to some people who say, the emotional challenges of being a friend, and there are emotional challenges of being a friend, right? For better or worse. Not just watching them potentially pass away and losing the friend, but you're making friends with a full person, and that means you may see them go through challenging times, you may see them suffer, you may see them, to use a long walk metaphor, stumble or fall down or fall below the speed limit or fall below where they need to be. You're going to see them that, and you're taking on a commitment and responsibility to try to help them get back up, to try to help them move forward, even if doing so, as a consequence of doing so, causes you a level of harm. and causes you challenges, right? But we do so because ultimately all the evidence, aside from the fact that it's in our emotional nature to do so, all of our evidence, all of our understanding from a scientific, philosophical perspective points to doing so will help us last longer ourselves and will help us lead a better life and will help us make it further down the road, right? I mean, the question you could ask is, and again, I've known people who have told me in some form or another that making friends is too emotionally challenging for them, is too emotionally difficult for them. They don't like to get involved in other people's problems, and they try to lead a life that is very isolated and very separate from others. I've tried to, at times when I felt emotionally drained, pull away and live a life that is very emotionally distant and not involved with other people. It just doesn't work, right? Unfortunately, it just doesn't work. It's not going to make you happier, and it's not going to make the lives of those around you better, right? You can't trick yourself into not caring about people. Even if you think it's in your best interest not to care, even if you think, even if you think it's easier not to care, even if you think it's easier not to make friends, not to get emotionally attached, unless you're a psychopath, as a human being, you can't trick yourself into not caring. Your nature is to care. It's human nature, right? And at the end of the day, you kind of have to care about people if you want to live any type of decent life, and if you want to lead a life that lasts as long as it possibly could, right? They kind of talk about that even in this clip. Dad's not wrong, right? And again, I think Freemasonry gives us an avenue to pursue to pursue our desire for friendship and our desire for support, even if our desire both to make friends and support others, and our desire and our desire to both be supported ourselves and support others. Right? There's an interesting idea here, and I'm going to mention this as well, because I think it's very valuable. Let's see. See if I can find this clip. Here it is, I think. And you're not wrong, Dad. But even then, you can take it a step further, right? Why, and you've been through this yourself, Dad, right? Like, why get married? At best, you're going to have to outlive your partner. Maybe that's at best. That may be the worst case scenario. Either you will outlive your partner or your partner will outlive you. Or maybe the best case scenario is you'll both die at the same time. Either way, someone is going to have to experience a whole lot of grief as a result of the emotional connection that you forge when you get married, right? Does that mean marriage is not worth it? Or marriage is too hard? And also, you're going to have to deal with another person's foibles and struggles and pick them up when they fall, because nobody's perfect. People struggle, right? Is it not worth it? I think most people who get married would say it is worth it, because ultimately, even when it's a challenge, what you get from it is worth the pain you feel. And again, there's all sorts of evidence that people who are married live longer, are happier. It's that desire for support. Well, I mean, I don't hate you, Mr. Keeps. I don't necessarily agree with you, but hatred is a very strong word. I wouldn't use that word. I would say, and I don't know who does hate you, but anybody who does shouldn't, for many reasons. A lot of it is because hate is not particularly productive, to be honest. I've never seen hate experience any, result in any, even though it's a natural human reaction, I've never seen hate kind of push towards a better outcome for anybody. Oh, that's good. That's nice of you, right? And again, that's the same example I gave before, right? It's like those brothers became Masons. Everybody knew, sooner or later there's going to be some type of Masonic service for them. We're going to have to deal with the fact they're going to pass away and the emotional turmoil of that. But it's still worth that emotional turmoil because it both helps you live a longer, better life to have the friends, even with the heartache of losing them. And it probably helped them live a longer, healthier life for the same reason. There's a reason life expectancy for Freemasons, at least in Texas, is longer than the life expectancy for non-Masons, right? Again, to use the long walk metaphor, it's about how far can you get walking down that road. If you consider the long walk and how far you walk to be equivalent to life expectancy, the more friends you have and the less lonely you feel, the longer you're going to walk down that road and the longer your life expectancy is going to be, despite the fact that it seems counterintuitive. It seems like not getting emotionally invested in people and not getting emotionally attached to people would result in a longer life. That has not been the case from a metaphorical perspective. You can talk about the service because the service is a public ritual, right? Um, well, that is true in a very general sense, Mr. Keeps, right? Like if you believe someone is in danger of a whatever it is, right? If you believe someone is in danger of walking off a cliff, you should, and you didn't warn them that the cliff, that of what you believe, then that would make you kind of an asshole, sure. The issue you always run into, though, is whether what you believe is correct or not, right? And how do we as a society determine which beliefs we listen to and which beliefs we do not listen to, right? Because that's the biggest challenge in society is there's a lot of different beliefs. That's the biggest challenge in Freemasonry. There's a lot of different beliefs. How do we determine which beliefs we kind of follow? Democracy is one approach. I think that's maybe the best approach. Democracy based on some type of reasoning and reasoned understanding of the world. But certainly I can appreciate if somebody believes there's a cliff coming up and warns me of it. I can appreciate the warning. The question is, do I believe the cliff is coming up? Right? Well, but the long walk isn't work necessarily, LJ, right? The long walk is, I mean, a metaphor for life. Because the long walk isn't anybody's job. They're choosing to do it as a way to potentially get rich, but even with work, though, I find most people, even in their work, form some type of friendships or relationships. It kind of is their nature, though. It's hard to do because again, you deal with the emotional fallout of the work friends leaving or having to deal with work friends dropping their dropping themselves or dropping the ball at work. No, thank you, Dad, for being here. I truly appreciate it. So here's this part I wanted to share. This is from Afterlife, which I think touches on this as well. Hopefully, I don't get copyrighted. We shall see. Let me know if you can hear this. This is Ricky Gervais talking.
Need some advice. I wanted to kill myself. And when I couldn't or hadn't, I thought, okay, if I'm going to do this carrying on living thing, it's going to be on my terms. I'm going to do what I want. And I've always got suicide to fall back on.
Got to have a backup.
Exactly. But it didn't go to plan. At first I thought it was like a superpower. I can do anything. Who cares? What's the worst that can happen? Nothing can hurt me because I can always kill myself, you know? But then I realized you can't not care about things you actually care about. You can't fool yourself. And it was something you said that it's not all about me. And even though I'm in pain, it's worth sticking around to maybe make my little corner of the world a slightly better place.
Right, and so I like what he says there. He says you can't fool yourself into not caring about the things you care about, or to not caring about people, right? I think in the long walk, those who try not to make friends or try to separate themselves from people, it's an example of them trying to trick themselves or fool themselves into pretending like they don't care about the things that they actually do care about, the people around them. And ultimately, by trying to pretend you don't care and trying to push people away, the loneliness only grows within you. The sadness grows within you, and you don't make it as far as you would otherwise. Interesting enough, 4 votes, 3 yeses, 1 no. So would you make friends on the long walk? And even there's this article from Psychology Today, Why I Joined a Social Club. This was from April 17th, 2025. Right, he talks about joining a social club for a new group of educated, kind friends, a lovely co-working space with others, if I choose to chat, food and drink, reciprocity, swimming in a rooftop pool at the Tokyo American Club, high tea in London, Diamond View of Boston, an ever-growing library, a lovely venue to network. Right? It's about joining a social club. It's an investment in mental health and social fitness. While it's, of course, great for single adults, save many partnerships where one is a social extrovert, the other prefers the quiet of home. Again, it's about people wanting to be part of something bigger than themselves, even when you have that contradiction of, by joining something that's bigger than yourself, by joining with friends, you are leaving yourself open to emotional trauma and turmoil, either during their life, when you need to be there for them emotionally if they stumble and fall, and at the end of their life. But either way, all the evidence shows doing so, despite the fact it seems counterintuitive, helps us live longer, happier, and healthier lives. Let me know if that made sense. Everybody watching this, if you get what I'm trying to say when it comes to the long walk, if maybe I've helped convince you of maybe wanting to watch it, let me know what you think. I'd be genuinely curious to know what your thoughts are. If what I said made sense. I mean, I would call it social capital more than social fitness. But I think the idea is the same either way. And fitness makes sense in some ways. Like I said, there was a study in Texas that showed Freemasons have a longer life expectancy than non-Freemasons. To use the metaphor, Freemasons walk longer than non-Freemasons. And I would suspect it's because Freemasons have social support and social fitness, despite the emotional turmoil that comes with making friends. So anybody watching this, LJ, Mr. Keeps, let me know if that made sense. I hope that it did. By the way, I don't know if anybody has heard of this. I don't really talk about politics. I mean, I do talk about politics, I guess, on this channel. I don't talk about influencers too much, but for whatever it's worth, I just saw a breaking news report. Trump ally Charlie Kirk shot at event in Utah, source says. I don't know anything else about what happened, how good or not good he is medically, or if, no idea about his current medical status or health status. If anybody else was injured, it sounds like nobody else was injured other than Charlie Kirk. I don't know this. I don't know the extent of the injuries. But yeah, I just saw that now on. It's on CNN. It's on X at the moment. It's trending. A lot of people look like they are running away from the scene. I don't know when this took place. This took place, I guess, 20 minutes ago. There's some so no details at all in terms of anything that's happened. I have no idea. Like I said, I wish I could say more about the situation, but I have no clue anything else other than, according to CNN, like I said, Trump ally Charlie Kirk was shot at an event in Utah. A source familiar with the matter says the extent of Kirk's injuries were not or are not immediately clear. All right. So let me know if what I was saying about the long walk made sense. If you think, if anybody... Yeah, I just saw that too. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't want to speculate too much because I don't know. What I've been reading is it was actually in the, not that it makes a big deal, but a big difference, but it was actually in the neck is what I read on X. But again, X is not news, so it's very possible they are incorrect. But that is kind of what I was reading. Whether it's the chest or neck, it's pretty serious. Right, I'm not seeing anything on YouTube yet. Like I said, I'm not seeing anything on CNN other than I just got this article popped up. By the way, don't shoot anybody talking. Let's just make that clear, please. Trump ally Charlie Kirk, not that I'm a fan of Charlie Kirk, but let's not be shooting anybody. Trump ally Charlie Kirk was shot at an event in Utah on Wednesday, a source familiar with the matter says. The extent of Kirk's injuries were not immediately clear. Guess Kash Patel posted something on X. The governor was informed as well. Well, to anybody watching, let me know again what you thought of my ideas, when it came to the long walk, if you think what I said made sense. Anything, I'll try to pay attention to what's happening right now with Charlie Kirk a little bit. Again, it's not my forte. There's far more and far better people out there to talk about it than I am. Like right now on X, there's Jordan Daly is hosting a room with 601 people. Charlie Kirk shot, the People's War Room. I'm going to give it a bit of time to see who else joins. I do just want to talk about my other idea of relevance, which is incredibly important. Um, Relevance, why we as Freemasons should support or kind of try to find relevance as much as we can. I think that's a necessary thing. However, I do want to give it a couple minutes to see who's going to join. And also, I really have to go to the washroom. So I'll probably be taking a 5-10 minute break very shortly to do that. And thank you for everybody who's been here so far. I hope, again, what I said about the long walk makes sense. And while I'm waiting for to see if anybody else is going to jump in, I'm going to run to the washroom quickly. I'll be back. In the meantime, I hope if you guys will enjoy my co-host. He is a very good co-host, so be nice to him. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I made it back. Yes, I do wash my hands. I don't know if you heard the faucet going, but I do wash my hands. Um, all right. Well, yes, this dog has been played with by my cat, as you can tell. So Bandit has shed on the poor dog uh, quite frequently. I don't know where the cat is right now. Cats are really good at hiding, in fairness, right? Cats are very, very good at hiding. So she's big boned, that's all. She's not a chunker, she's just big boned. But if I can find her before the end of the stream, I will let you know. It's funny, we have a lot of uh, brethren from Utah who actually joined the stream in the past. Halton Investing, for example, Brother Rodders. I don't know where the shooting took place of Charlie Kirk. If it took place, where they might be around, but I'd be curious to see to what extent they are being affected by anything or hearing anything. I know that the governor has responded. I don't know what does Provo mean. Like provocation? Oh, is it a university? Because I think he was giving a talk in a university. So I think that is where he oh, Orem. Okay. Like I said, I'm curious a little bit. Again, if it's primarily just for me, is it going to affect any of my brothers or friends from Utah? I guess I don't actually have any friends in Utah. I have several Masonic brothers in Utah that I know, so I'm kind of curious to what extent it might affect them. Um, but beyond that, well, I mean, it just depends if they are in the city where it took place or the community where it took place. Are they going to see an increased police presence? I don't believe they've captured the shooter. Is there concerns of an active shooter drills? Um, in the broader sense, the governor is talking about it. I mean, it's not going to affect them necessarily that much, but again, I'd be curious to know, even if they're just hearing, I'm assuming there's been, news reports about it in the state. Um, oh, well, that's good. I'm glad that he's already in custody. I did not see that yet. Like I said, I'm just kind of idly curious. Uh, uh, Yeah. Oh, yeah, I just saw it now. I guess it was 18 minutes ago. Somebody posted this on uh, social media. Okay, so again, whenever there's some type of high profile criminal act or high profile criminal activity uh, within any state, I think it always going to affect the people of that state a little bit. Just again, if they're in that community, even just the increased news fans and news reporters and everybody descending upon that town would affect them a little bit. So I think that's always the case. I mean, hello, Radoslaw. I know what happened in your country if you're referring to the Russian incursion, at least what I've seen on CNN. I don't know a lot about it, but I know something about it. I'm very sorry that that happened. I hope that you're doing okay, and I hope that you will be so kind as to, I guess, let me know how you're doing, if you're doing all right. And thank you for joining. He did. I mean, I love Utah. Utah actually is a really cool Masonic. Oops, I left that there by mistake. If you want to see that episode, by all means, check out my episode of Freemasonry in Nevada. I've never actually. Um, maybe I'll leave an interview to some Masons I've done from Utah as well. I'm gonna do that on Twitter. What was I saying? Politics is tough. I mean, this channel, we don't really talk about politics. We talk about Freemasonry. However, sometimes if something pops up in the news and I see it, I'll mention it. Um, like, for example, the recent, I guess, shooting of Charlie Kirk. Because it just popped up while I was live streaming. I've actually been to Utah, never stopped there, sadly, but I took the California Zephyr from San Francisco through Utah to basically Chicago. I will say, from the train, the view was absolutely beautiful. Um, it really was one of the most beautiful states I've ever seen. Well, Rondo, I'm not a big, I think you're getting that from South Park. I'm not a big fan of being a quote unquote reviler of people's religious beliefs, whatever those beliefs may be. I'm not going to knock them or Joseph Smith. I don't know a lot about the Mormon faith, but yeah, I believe that however anybody comes to believe in a supreme being, I respect that. So, oh, I never even noticed your avatar. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I never noticed. I thought it was from South Park, but again, I wasn't a big fan of that South Park episode. Even though I'm not, like I said, I'm not religious myself. I believe in a supreme being. I never really got super into South Park. To be, why would I be obligated not to knock Joseph Smith? I can criticize if it's because he was a Freemason. I'm not obligated to not, I can. Well, it depends what you mean by knock. I can critique other Freemasons if I think they've done things that are concerning or incorrect. I can't just insult them and call them names. But, for example, I'm trying to think of an example, right? I could critique Freemasons if they're, let's say, politicians. I think they made a mistake politically. Or if they're business people, and I think they made a mistake with their business. I can critique them. I can't knock them or speak ill of them on a personal level, but I could say, if I think they made mistakes, like at least in their public life. Having said that, when it comes to religion, I try to be as relatively even and open-minded as I can about people and their religious beliefs. Um, right? So I couldn't say, I couldn't say I don't know, Joseph Smith is a bad person or anything like that. But if I felt he made mistakes when it comes to his public life, I could critique him. Certainly, there are many Freemasons who are politicians who have gotten critiqued by other Freemasons. Brandon Wren, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you, Brandon. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. We were talking today about the long walk, why I think it's a good metaphor for what Freemasonry offers in society, the positive side of it, not the long walk itself or the totalitarian government before conspiracy theorists go crazy, but rather our ability to make friends and maintain friendships and allow those friendships to push us, or connections, I should say, to push us to last longer within this life, to do more within this life, and to help survive incredibly challenging and emotionally tumultuous periods of our lives. Despite the fact that that seems counterintuitive, as does friendship in some ways, actually, all the evidence shows that making friends, even when you know that that friendship will lead to emotional um, and spiritual hardship, is actually worth it in both the short and long term. But how's it going, Brandon Wren? I hope that you're doing well. And like I said, I feel like it's been a little while since I've seen you on the stream. So let me know how you're doing, and let me know if there's anything that you want to talk about. I'm glad your research is going well. If you want to send me an email, you're more than welcome to, and I'll do my best to respond to it. Well, I mean, shoot me off an email about that stuff, or you can contact me through info@squareandcompass.ca. Who's to say? Who's to say any of this stuff? Is it the autocorrect? Either way, I mean, you're welcome to, because I know you have a YouTube channel. I don't recall last time I actually watched anything on it. Um, okay, so again, Mr. Keeps, that the question is, why would you make friends on the long walk if you knew that, um, so it is in your best interest, but the question is, like, why is it in your best interest, right? Um, what is it about, uh, what is it about the long walk? What is it about making friends that's in your best interest? Because in theory, you know that either you will have to watch them die or they will have to watch you die, right? What is it about making friends that would you, because you're right, I would consider it in your best interest as well. But what is it about making friends that's in your best interest? Because that is ultimately, I think, what the long walk tackles as a challenge. Why do we choose to make friends when we know that making friends, especially if we get really close to them, will result in a level of emotional turmoil? And would all of those things, I mean, I know the answer for me would be yes, but something for you as well. Would all of those things be worth it if you also had to watch your friends die if they fell below the speed limit? And by the same token, if, you know, all of those things cause you to have to walk longer just to survive, because you're encouraging them, they're encouraging you. In theory, like, you know, the best thing for you as a long walker would be 5 minutes into the walk, all 49 of your competitors just drop to the ground at once and all die, and then you win. Uh, from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint, what would that do to you, right? But I do agree with you. But I think it goes to the counterintuitive nature of friendship, the counterintuitive nature of support, right? We think that you would think that being friends with people would be a negative because you're now some responsible for how they feel. If they stumble and fall, you're some responsible for trying to help them. Even if you never need to do any of that, sooner or later they will die and you're going to have to deal with the emotional challenges of that. And yet, all the evidence shows it's the opposite. Friendship, even with all of the emotional turmoil that comes with it, still results in a longer life and a better life for those who have them. So, that is something that I think Freemasonry understands. And that is something that civic society in general understands. I have not seen The Life of Chuck yet, but I read the book and I enjoyed it quite a bit, and I want to see the movie. So believe me, it's on my list of things I want to watch because I like the book a lot. There's a lot of great books by Stephen King that have, you know, uh, I'd say probably 7 or 8 of my 10 favorite books are Stephen King books, whether it be The Long Walk, The Shining, um, The Colorado Kid, All That You Love Will Be Carried Away, which is a short story, The Ballad of Flexible Bullet, Danse Macabre, It, The Stand. There's a bunch of them. I think so. What's interesting is that one is, from what I recall, the Life of Chuck tackled the question of what's the point of living if you know you're going to die one day. I think The Long Walk tackles a slightly different question. It's what is the point of making friends if you know they're going to die one day, right? What is the point of emotional attachment and emotional investment? Um, And again, why join a Masonic lodge if everybody in that lodge one day is going to die, including you? Why get connected to your brothers if they're going to struggle? Why make a kind of a take an obligation or take an oath that you are going to support somebody knowing that that support might end up requiring you to take steps towards whether it be financial support, emotional support. Why put that burden on yourself? We put that burden on ourselves, A, because we want people to be willing to take that burden on for us, and B, because ultimately, counterintuitively, it helps create a better world for us. So, we're going to give it a few more minutes. We're going to wait to hit the like. If you're just joining, hit the like and subscribe button. I hope everybody is doing well, and I hope you're having a great day. And yeah, I'm going to give it a few more minutes. Then, like I said, what I'm going to do is talk a little bit about relevance. That is going to be a conversation that's where I'm going to talk about much, in much more detail, uh, probably tomorrow. What we as Freemasons need to consider when it comes to relevance, why we should be chasing relevance as opposed to chasing memberships. But for now, giving it a bit more time, I just want to see who else joins. And like I said, if there's anything that they want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts you have on the same. Actually, I'm wondering, is this stream popping up for you guys? Yeah, we're here. Yeah. Interesting, 7 votes. Would you make friends on a long walk? Yes is at 57%. No is at 43%. So a lot of people are, I guess, taking the opposite approach for whatever reason. Like I said, I think intuitively it sounds like it makes more sense, but I think practically you'd find that it would not. Although, LJ, I suppose that could make an interesting question. I don't know how you'd answer it, but what would you say the point of living is if we know we're going to die one day? By the way, I'm seeing all the reviews of it. The most recent one I saw is Long Walk is a masterpiece. %96 on Rotten Tomatoes. Let's see. The Long Walk has my anxiety through the roof. The Long Walk, audience reactions before and after. There's a Long Walk behind the scene, which I want to check out. Wonder what Rotten Tomatoes is saying about it. By the way, if anybody's just jumping on, please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're having a good day, and let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. So the Long Walk is 97% Rotten Tomatoes. So it's definitely certified fresh. Linda Merrick, bleak, unflinching, and unexpectedly moving. Long Walk is both a faithful adaptation of one of, is both a, actually, let me see if I can get the full review here. Let's see. Oops. Come on. I had the review a second ago. In a grim and oppressive dystopian future, the United States is ruled by a brutal totalitarian regime. Its most chilling display of control is the annual event known as the Long Walk. A group of teenage boys are so they're not conscripted, they volunteer to do it. I think this person might not have paid a lot of attention to the movie. Anyways, let's get a bit more time. Let's see who joins. I'm sure a lot of people right now are focused on the news and what happened in Utah as well as happening in Russia, but there was an incursion by, well, so according to CNN, there was an incursion by Russia into Poland. I guess Russian drones got shot down in Polish airspace. I think Russia's saying it was a mistake. Trump tweeted or posted something on Truth Social about it. What he said was, "Here we go!" ! Which seems pretty alarming thing to tweet. But let me see if CNN is still talking about it. I think they still are. Life is beautiful, or at least life can be beautiful. I think it oftentimes depends on where you're looking or what you're looking at. But cool. I will check it out for sure. It's on my list. President Donald Trump reacted Wednesday with a degree of amusement towards Russia's drone incursion into Poland, a NATO member that Trump has previously vowed to defend amid heightened tensions with Moscow. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Trump asked in a short post on Truth Social. Here we go! Exclamation point. Again, not a fan of that. The brief mention of the incident and the vague suggestion of continued fallout came as U.S. officials were digesting overnight events when more than a dozen Russian drones entered Polish airspace, spurring a response from NATO to scramble jet fighters to shoot them down. So it's been an exciting day for the news. I appreciate that. I'll check it out for sure. By the way, don't forget, I've been talking about this a lot, but on this Sunday at 7 p.m., I'm going to be doing a live stream and we're going to be watching a piece of Masonic pop culture. So become a Patreon member, and even for free, and you can vote on which movie we're going to watch. In this case, it's going to be out of 4. And right now, I had 4 choices, and each choice has 1 vote. So it's 25% each. So if you guys don't pick one, I will have to pick one. So we need to get some more people voting so we have a clear winner. Yes, I can. That makes sense. I'll just hold on 1 second. I'm curious if anybody else voted. So that's kind of, that's maybe the one I want the most, to be honest, because it seems most interesting to me and I like space. And I've not seen any of these, just for the record. These are all available in Canada on Tubi, which is, by the way, the best streaming service online right now. But I'll go through each one. Actually, I shouldn't say that. The one I have seen is 33 and Beyond, the Royal Art of Freemasonry. So the first one, Freemasonry and the Knights Templar Legacy of Secrecy. Explore inside the Grand Lodge of England with unique footage of the various rooms, symbols, and tools of the craft. Prepare for an unprecedented insight into the often mysterious world of the Freemasons. The next one is Secret Societies. Dive into the rumored underground organizations who are said to control the world. Are they real? And if so, what is their ultimate purpose? It's an hour long, so it's relatively short, and it's not exclusive to Freemasonry. I know that. It looks at a lot of different quote-unquote secret societies. Space Masons and the Alien Conspiracy. Discover the hidden influences on the historic moon landing in this video that explores Buzz Aldrin's dual legacy as an astronaut and a Freemason. And 33 and Beyond, the Royal Art of Freemasonry. Catch a glimpse into the fascinating world of Freemasonry, which promotes secrecy of the inner self by following eternal principles. Directed by Johnny Royal. Johnny Royal has actually been on the podcast a couple of times, or at least on these streams, and I've talked to him a few times. and messaged him. He's a filmmaker and a Freemason. So those are the 4 options. Again, if you want to go with me, I'm kind of hoping to get the space one because I like space and I have the Buzz Aldrin coin. So, I've showed it a bunch of times on the stream, but from the Grand Lodge of Colorado, hold on just one sec. I'll see if I can show it one more time so you guys can see it. This is it here. And that's our friend Buzz Aldrin. That's what makes it fun. Again, I've not seen any of them, so I can't say. Although obviously, I'm not a big conspiracy theorist fan, so that one does sound very conspiracy theory heavy. Sounds like something you might get from a Candace Owens, but it might be kind of fun to check out nonetheless. Well, I mean, Isaac Newton got us into space, right? The lessons from Isaac Newton, without question, helped get us to the moon. Isaac Newton wasn't a Freemason himself, at least all the evidence says he wasn't, although he certainly had connections with a lot of Freemasons. Well, yeah, I do kind of wish that Buzz Aldrin had like thrown an elbow and got out first. So we could have said a Freemason was the first person on the moon, but second is not so bad. Yeah, I'm not a believer in aliens myself. I don't even think aliens exist in the universe, let alone here on Earth. I think we are exclusive. We're the one life form that exists, which hopefully makes us more protective of our lives and protective of ourselves. I wish we were fighting aliens. Um, that would be much better if we were fighting aliens in a movie. I should write a movie called Masons versus Aliens. Well, I believe in space. I don't believe in aliens per se, right? That's the thing that I don't agree with. Is aliens. Although, in fairness, I mean, what you can always say is who knows, right? Who knows? Space is very big, very vast. I suppose anything is possible. Well, I mean, I don't believe that in life outside of Earth, except for maybe it's possible that some non-intelligent life evolved, like fish or amoeba or something like that. That is something I would believe is possible. I don't believe intelligent life exists outside of Earth, or even higher intelligence. I think lower intelligence, although I don't like that term, could exist outside of Earth, like animals, basically, or certainly bacteria. But I don't believe higher intelligence exists. I think we are as intelligent as it gets, which is actually a pretty terrifying concept if you think about it. Well, the all-seeing eye is a metaphor, right? It's not literal. Right, you want to be very careful, and this is not just for Freemasonry. I think this could apply to a lot of different things. I think in some ways, though I'm not a religious expert, this could apply to religion as well. Um, you have to be really careful that you don't. You have to be really, really careful that you don't take ritual too literally. That can become dangerous. Doing universal is good. I mean, I try my best to be universal as well in my uh, approach to life. Right? I think Freemasonry sometimes is referred to as a universal religion. It's not a religion, but certainly it's universal in that it is for everybody. That's the thing I love about it. One of the things I love about it the most is that it is for everybody. Hey, if he's not trolling, I'll take it, right? I've had enough crazy people on that sometimes people just have a hard time expressing themselves. Although I'm wondering, out of curiosity, I should I should check this at some point. What my email situation is like. Uh, Brandon, I'd be hesitant. I know what you're trying to say. I'd be hesitant about, like, there are some Freemasons who are very knowledgeable about religion and religious things. Yeah, I'm curious because I have two emails, right? I'm just talking to myself. I have my personal email and then I have my info@scoreandcompass.com where I get all of my business emails or Square and Compass emails. But what I have is that email address. Anything sent there is forwarded to my personal account. But every now and then I have to do a quick check. Every once a week, I try to do a quick check of the info@Square and Compass email just to make sure everything's coming through and I'm not missing any emails. So I got to do that because it's been probably 7 days since I've checked it last. But going back to the idea of religious things, there are some Masons who are very knowledgeable about religious things, specifically whatever their religion is. Because, like I said, I know really Freemasons who are leaders within their various religions, either Catholic, Christian, not so much leaders in Catholic, but I know Catholic Freemasons. I know some Masons who are themselves priests, who are active in their various religious denominations. Um, but I don't know a lot of Masons who are experts in religion in more like a religious studies sense or theological sense. To the extent that they're experts, it tends to be more that they're focused on their specific religion, as opposed to having knowledge of more having knowledge of religion in a more general context. And there are even some Freemasons who know a lot about hieroglyphics and a lot about ancient Egypt. I'm trying to learn more about that myself, but again, it's a personal Masonic thing. It's personal to Mason. There are many Masons who are experts on cars, and many Masons who are experts on political philosophy and plumbing, comparative religious studies, right? Like I certainly do not know a ton about religion, although I try to learn a little bit about everybody's religion. Because as a Freemason, I think I have a responsibility to be respectful of the religious beliefs of all my brothers. Um, well, um, it's funny because they've been pushing really hard against lately calling our buildings temples, which I think is appropriate. Because even though, like, I will always call my home Masonic building the Windsor Masonic Temple because that's what it was built as, or Detroit Masonic Temple. Most places now avoid using the term temple. They'll call it Masonic Hall, Masonic Conference Center, because people were confusing it with a religion, right? What I would say, I've talked about this in the past. The reason why Freemasonry is not a religion is threefold. First, it makes no promises of salvation, nor does it make any threats of damnation. So, for example, if you want to get to heaven or want to avoid hell, being a Freemason will in no way, shape, or form affect that. I do believe it can make your life here on earth better by dealing with certain practices. However, it does not get you. If anybody's telling you that being a Freemason will ensure your, a smooth ride in the afterlife, they're lying to you. That's not what Freemason is for. And anybody who's ever asked me about that, I've always told them that's a matter for you and your priest, your imam, your rabbi. It is not a matter for you and Freemasonry, right? Freemasonry is not about salvation, nor can I tell anybody who's not a Freemason that you're at risk of eternal damnation, because you're not, right? That's not what Freemasonry is. Um, Second, the term God I don't use. I know others have used it. It's belief in a supreme being. And that's been around since the Anderson manuscript of 1723, I think it was. Supreme being is an enlightenment term, right? And what it refers to is the fact that God can mean many different things, right? I believe in God, but the type of God I believe in is different than the type of God Mr. Keeps believe in. Um, but we could both be Freemasons. Um, when you say reference the Bible constantly, we reference biblical stories because it was a common source. It was the one thing almost everybody could read in the 17th century or had stories of. We also reference, however, ancient Egypt. We also reference Stoic philosophy and Stoicism. We also reference Eastern mysticism. We also reference um, philosophers and Enlightenment thinkers. So the Bible is not by any means exclusively referenced. It's a well of stories from which we draw, but we even draw from Chinese mythology, interestingly enough. A lot of people don't realize that. So it does make sense, though, when Freemasonry was being formed, that the Bible would be a common source of allegory because it was one of the few things everybody knew. But as the rituals were changed, evolved, developed, many other things became referenced. Like I said, probably Egypt is very common, and Stoic philosophy is very common as well. Um, and when you say we need a religious book, we don't need a religious book open on the altar. We need a volume of the sacred law. But I have seen the volume of the sacred law be an eagle feather in honor of our First Nations brothers. So that is not quite correct either. However, the example I would give, Mr. Keeps, you go to court, you take your obligation to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You can swear on a Bible, you can swear on a Quran, you can swear on the Torah. That doesn't make going to court a religious experience. The religious book is used as a way to remind the heart of the obligation one is taking, not to imply that it is religious. And altar is not an inherently religious term. People have altars in their homes for all sorts of reasons. It does not imply religious. You could not swear on the phone book unless you could argue. Actually, sorry, Rondo, I should have mentioned that as well. Islam is mentioned in Freemasonry as well, and is part of Freemasonry also, as is Judaism for that matter. So forgive me, Rondo, for not mentioning that, but that is the case. Um, you would have to convince the brethren that the phone book is a legitimate book of your faith and means and strengthens your heart towards your faith. If you're doing it to troll or just to prove a point, then no, you couldn't. Um, but if you genuinely had a religious faith that for some reason the phone book was your volume of the sacred law, and you convinced me that it was the case and you were not simply trolling us, then yes, you could. At least I would let you. But I believe when you ask that question, it's not a legitimate question. I think you're trolling because I don't believe the phone book is a legitimate expression of your faith. But we've had, like I said, I've seen First Nations brethren use an eagle feather and swear their obligation on that. I have seen people use a personal Bible, which was a family Bible, which I understand was a little bit different than I didn't read it, but it's somewhat different than the King James version. Um, but yeah, so it's 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 about something that reminds your heart of the obligation you're taking. So, I mean, if you are, it depends on, so every Masonic Lodge has to decide, um, well, I think Islam does come after Christianity, right? By about, I forget how long it was, a few hundred years. Um, so if you are a ardent atheist in the sense that you say I believe in like nothing at all, no supreme being of any sort, then you would not be able to join. But I know many Masons whose supreme being would be either not a specific religion or um, like for me, my religious belief, my supreme being tends more towards the rules and physics that govern the universe, which I believe is understandable, is known to us. And because it creates a universe that is ordered, it allows us to understand the consequences of our actions and favors virtuous actions. And I would describe virtuous actions as those actions that are most in line with nature and the nature of the universe. So, if I believe 2 plus 2 equals 5, and I take actions based on that type of math, then I am acting in a non virtuous manner because that is not in line with the universe as we can understand it and as is rational. Well, the Abrahamic religions all kind of take from, well, I think all religions to a certain extent take from the same well, but I think the Abrahamic religions even take from a smaller portion within that well, right? Like the Muslims, for example, to my knowledge, believe that Jesus was in fact a prophet and was born of the Virgin Mary, to my knowledge, and worship Jesus as well in some ways, but not in the way that Catholics or Christians do. Again, I am somewhat over my skis. I'm not a religious scholar. I can only speak to how Freemasons interact with religion and why Freemasonry is not a religion. Well, I mean, sun worship dates back to Egypt, dates back to Rome. Um, Dark to Light 1, welcome. Thank you for being here. I think you might be new, Dark to Light 1. If you could hit the like button and subscribe button, I'd appreciate it. If you've been here before, though, then thank you for being back. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. Well, I mean, the sun makes sense as an item to worship. You see it every day. It gives you light. It gives you heat. As human beings, we're programmed to see better in the light than in the dark. So it makes sense that we would worship the thing that allows our senses to work best. Wonderful. Well, then thank you, Dark to Light, for being here. I hope you're doing well. We were talking earlier today about the long walk. Why I think it applies to Freemasonry, the counterintuitive nature of making friends making friends and forming emotional attachments on this journey of life while we are all potentially struggling and know that we're all going to die sooner or later. Why make friends? Why form mutual attachments? I think the long walk explores that, and Freemasonry explores the same thing. But how's it going? How's your day going? Good. I'm glad that you are doing well. I hope you're having, like I said, a good day. Anything that you are interested in talking about. I was going to talk about relevance, but I may even say that till tomorrow. What it means to chase relevance, um, why relevance is important when it comes to Freemasonry. I think one of the biggest mistakes we as Freemasons made was for a long time chasing membership and not chasing relevance within our communities, which I think is the more important thing. I'm in Canada, so no state, Ontario. Ohio's not far. I know a lot of Masons from Ohio, actually. It's a really cool place. I've passed through it, never really visited it for longer than a couple hours while I was kind of passing through to other places. I know the Ohio Turnpike pretty well, but I know a lot of Masons from Ohio, and they're really cool people. That is true. We don't want to chase clout. That's not a good thing, I think. Right? Clout is temporary importance to leverage for, I'd say, financial or other type of gain. Relevance is mattering to people, whether it's emotional relevance, people care because they feel something for you, the group, whatever it might be. Financial relevance, people care because it makes them money. Um, Psychological relevance, people care because they feel like it has some psychological benefit to them. Physical or health relevance, it provides health for people, right? Um, Well, brethren is just a general term, right? Freemasons are not the only people that use the term brethren. You see it in many different, not just civic organizations, but even some economic organizations and political organizations. Like, for example, when I was part of a union, I was called brother or brethren often. Um, so it's a very common term. But, like, so for example, military is another one, right? So again, it's one of those things where people can make it be deeper than it has to be or should be. Even Masons can sometimes make things deeper than it has to be or should be. But Freemasonry ultimately uses the term the same way the military does, or unions do, or other professional organizations do, or even some political groups use the term brother. I don't think it's a cult. I mean, I think it's culture. When you're talking about like civilization or society today or civilization today, I don't think it's a cult. As a general rule, I'm a fan of civilization. I wouldn't call it a cult. I mean, civilization is what allows us to function. One of the things I saw a quote that I really liked was, I forget it was a philosopher who said it. He said, civilization does not ensure freedom. We were most free before civilization. However, was anybody happy when we were most, without a civilization and living in caves? Civilization may limit our freedom, but it increases our happiness and our life expectancy and our ability to contribute positively to the world around us. Well, Freemasons definitely are trying their best to. When you say like structure of a city, I mean there is structures within Freemasonry, if that's what you mean, but there's structures in every organization, in cities as well. Um, I did. I like being a senior steward, the SS. Senior steward was, if that's to what you're referring, but I believe the line up in Ohio is the same as here. Stewards in general are really important officers. It's kind of your main training ground by helping it's almost the apprenticeship of the officer lineup. So by helping the junior warden, by setting the lodge up, that stuff really matters, and it really helps the lodge, um, and it really helps you learn. So take your stewardship role seriously. I'm sure you will. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, every city with public transit absolutely has that. I think about the Loop in Chicago, which is 100% the case. Right, which is really unfortunate. And if they're understanding it through conspiracies, what that also means is the conspiracies are relevant to them, right? And what makes the conspiracy theory relevant to them? Um, I'm going to check it out for sure, Brandon. Don't worry, I will check it out for sure. Um, the Beltway, the Loop, the perimeter in Winnipeg. I mean, it's a very common idea when you're developing a city to try to develop some type of either central or even outer perimeter for public transit for people to kind of use to traverse. From a city planning perspective, it just makes a lot of sense to me. Widow's sons. Well, we're not going to say that, Mr. Keeps on Ticking. I appreciate Brandon being here. I would say, Brandon, you do seem a little bit, I appreciate your ideas, but you want to be careful. You don't take it too far. With everything in life, balance is important, right? But I appreciate your thoughts. I do. Like I said, so long as people aren't promoting violence on here or trolling or anything like that, I'm going to give people the chance to say their piece. I mean, I've seen far worse things on here, and I appreciate Brandon's comments. I would disagree with you on that one, Brandon. Because I mean, so I studied a little bit of history and archaeology, and when you say before the first planned cities, I mean, civilizations certainly looked different before there were cities. But I think even when you had, like, even in North America, when you had First Nations groups or indigenous peoples, when they would form kind of their camps or their temporary setups, they would form them on patterns that would somewhat similar to cities. They would have a section for garbage or refuse outside of the main camp. They would have a central section, which could be like a town square with the main fire for cooking. They would have kind of washing facilities or washrooms for human refuse or human waste. Like I think people have a very intuitive sense of how they can design places in which they live, either temporary or full-time, to be the most efficient. They figured it out and they pass it down from generation to generation. So, well, I don't know what the delusions are. It seems like, right? I can't tell for sure. Like when you're talking about, basically, it seems to me that what Brandon is trying to say is that the nature of city planning has some type of mystical component to it. And I don't believe in the mystical component to it, but I certainly believe that city planning throughout history has been an important way to understand what a society considers to be important versus unimportant. Having said that, though, Brandon, if your mom is saying the same thing, then listen to your mom. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Mr. Keeps. We're not important. Your mom is important. If your mom is saying that you need to get some assistance, then get yourself some help. Those around us and closest to us ultimately know the best. That's why I think Freemasonry is so important, because from brothers' perspective, right, it's incredibly important and necessary that we check in on one another as a family would. And if we feel someone's starting to struggle, then we talk to them, right? I don't know you well enough, Brandon, so I wasn't comfortable saying that. Because again, it's hard and people aren't always able to communicate well on social media. But if your mom is saying it, then you should be doing it. No, I don't think that they were. I mean, a lot of people say that they were, but I don't believe that to be the case. I think that, I mean, because I don't even know if the city planner in Washington was a Freemason. I've heard he was, but I've also heard he wasn't. I think it was trying to be designed in the most practical application of it at the time, right? Washington Monument, DC design. Not that I'm saying it wasn't designed to be cool looking and to be a monument, but you do design monuments in many different forms, right? Um, it doesn't have to be. Obelisks are historically, like ancient Egypt, right? Obelisks are historically architecturally important symbols. They are well known for conveying importance, so you use that, right? You're kind of dipping from the same well. Well, I mean, I'm looking this up now because I'm trying to remember. Washington, D.C. city designer. So Pierre Charles L'Enfant was the visionary who designed Washington, D.C. Um, so he was initiated into Freemasonry in New York City on April 17th, 1789. He took the first 3 degrees, but he did not progress any further. He didn't become an officer, to my knowledge. As Carl says, you find the obelisk in many cities. Uh, he was friends, I think, with George Washington. He actually served with George Washington. But again, so the extent to which the design was Masonic, I highly question that. Because again, it's not as though L'Enfant was a particularly active Freemason. He probably joined to keep in George Washington's good graces. But I uh, I question a lot of these, even because I've seen people say Washington D.C. has a square and compass design, but then I look at it, it's like half of a square and compass design. So I think people are really reaching quite a bit. I hope everybody is doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Please, if you are just joining, take a moment, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I hope everybody's having a great day. Obviously, there's a lot of very sad news right now within within Freemason. A lot of sad news right now within the world. So, not just Charlie Kirk, but I understand there's actually just been a school shooting in Denver, Colorado. I think it was. I could be mistaken. Let me double check that. What's that thing? I'm trying to find this if I just heard it. So I would disagree with you, Rondo. Evergreen High School in Colorado. ATF Denver confirms agents are responding to a shooting at Evergreen High School in Colorado. I mean, I might grow out the beard a little bit. I think one of the issues that Freemasonry has experienced is an overemphasis in the last, say, 10 years on esotericism and kind of the quote unquote spiritual side of Freemasonry, which I ultimately don't think has been helpful. It hasn't seen us be able to reduce the decline in membership, nor has I think it resulted in a more enjoyable lodge experience. I think we need to focus more on the rational, mundane sides of Freemasonry that I think increase our relevance in our communities. Picking up trash on the side of the road will do far more for Masonic relevance than a 3-hour dissertation on Albert Pike, in my opinion, in my experience. And you're not wrong. Retention matters as well, and there may be issues where people are not remaining within Freemasonry due to a lack of esoterics. But I think the problem is some candidates are joining Freemasonry out of a desire for esotericism and esoterics, and then when they don't find it in lodges, choose to leave. It's But the problem is it's very hard to bring that into lodges because Freemasonry to exist needs to first and foremost focus on the dull, boring, yet vitally important aspects of the craft, such as um, paying of bills, reading of minutes, how you're going to afford things, how is your lodge functioning in terms of and related to um, your city and community, and what type of certifications do you need to run a public building, things of that nature, right? Or even a private club building. There's still rules and requirements. That is true. And in fairness, I've never seen a 3 hour dissertation on Albert Pike, but I have seen, presentations on him. And I'm not saying that there's not a place for that, right? I don't want it to sound as though I'm implying that there is no place for esotericism or Albert Pike or whatever it might be within Freemasonry, or that Albert Pike, despite the fact I have a lot of issues with him, did not provide a lot of value to Freemasonry, as well as making some mistakes. I hope that maybe people can say the same about me one day, that while I did make a lot of mistakes, a ton of mistakes, I also hope that I've done some things to make the world a better place, or at least Freemasonry better. But I think when you overemphasize the spirit, the esoteric qualities of Freemasonry at a cost of the, if you want to call it the rational, materialistic side of it, I think it's very dangerous into what that can do for any organization. Because suddenly people start to feel that Freemasonry is a spiritual endeavor that can be experienced at home through an initiatic process, as opposed to what it actually is, which is the application of metaphorical tools for the building of a better world. At least in my opinion, for whatever it's worth. Well, first of all, I remember growing up loving Calvin and Hobbes. Um, but Calvinist, isn't that Protestant teachings? Again, not a religious expert by any means. By like negative means, I know very little about religion, but I think Calvinism is Protestant in its nature, if I'm not mistaken. And if I am mistaken, maybe Mr. Keeps, because I feel like Mr. Keeps does know a little bit more about religion than me. If he knows what Calvinism is, I would appreciate, let me know. I hope everybody, though, is doing well. It's been a great stream so far. We'll keep going for a little bit longer, I suppose. We'll see if anybody else wants to join, but I am going to go get some food. I'm going to eat while I'm on the stream. I'll be back in one moment. So then I'm probably not a fan of Calvinism because I don't believe in predestination. Um, I do believe in free will. I think free will most likely comes from like a quantum state of the universe, which I'm not nearly smart enough to be using words like that, but it might be kind of fun one day to talk about my views on why it is I don't believe in predestination. Predestination, basically the belief that there is no free will, that God is in control and God kind of sets what will happen, to my knowledge. Oops, there's a fly here. These are brownies from last night's Masonic meeting, by the way. It was great. So I'm definitely not a believer in predestination. I do believe in free will, and as somebody who, again, would potentially be defined as a material rationalist, which I'm not quite, but that's somewhat close to my beliefs. A lot of times people will say that predestination is kind of a part of that, believing not in free will, but I don't believe that. I think most Freemasons would not believe in predestination, based on kind of a general understanding of what Freemasonry is. Ryan, welcome. How's it going? By the way, how did you like the dinner last night with the pasta? I thought it was really good. I was impressed with the pasta. What is Molinism? I'm not sure what that is. I don't hear any ticking, Brian. It might be my typing, if that's what you're hearing. I was impressed with the pasta because they had to cook for like a whole bunch of people, and normally the more like the larger group you're cooking for, the worse the food is. But the food I thought was incredible, especially if you're having to cook for that many people. I'm kind of curious what a Molinist is. I'm gonna look this up. Molinism is a theological and philosophical doctrine Okay, interesting. Like I said, I guess I would call myself, if I had to, I'm going to look it up. Mateer. A material rationalist is a philosopher who holds that only matter is real and that reason is the primary path to knowledge. I guess that'd be close to what I am. Although I wouldn't say matter is exclusively real. I think, for example, feelings can be real. But I think that, I guess miracles and things that fall outside of what would be considered acceptable within the laws of the universe, I don't believe are real. But that's interesting. I'll have to look up more about monolism. It's one of those things where, again, I try to know as much as I can about kind of religious beliefs because I think as a Freemason, I should understand the religious ideas of those who are joining the craft as much as I can. Thank you, LJ. I'll be back on at 1 a.m. tonight. Don't forget, LJ, if you've not done so yet, please join my Patreon, patreon.com/squareandcompass. And you can vote on what movie we're going to watch on Sunday. Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern, EST. Hello, Last Investor 88. How's it going? What do you mean, Rondo? I'm doing well. How's it going? I think you've been on the stream before. You seem familiar. Well, almost everybody has, I think every group has some good ideas as well as some bad ideas, except for Freemasonry, where it's nothing but good ideas. I'm being sarcastic, of course. Even Freemasonry had some not so good ideas. Not so much in the kind of the documents themselves, but the interpretation of them. Yeah, I thought I recognized you. Well, welcome back. Thank you for being here. I hope you hit that like button if you're not done so yet. And please let me know how your day is going and if there's anything that you want to talk about. You may notice the question about the long walk. The reason being, I was talking about the long walk, the movie and the book. And the question I think it poses, which is why is it that we as humans form emotional attachments and make friendships and brotherhood with people who we know are going to die or we will die on them? And we know will come with an emotional cost of the friendship of having to help people when they fall, support people, right? The counterintuitive nature of why we do that and how and why it actually does create a better life for us, even though you'd think it wouldn't. And I think the long walk explores this topic, and I think Freemasonry understands the reason for it. 88 is the birth year. So he's been on the stream before and we talked about it. I will be seeing it in theater, believe me. I'm going to see it for my birthday. It is my birthday month this month, so I'm going to be seeing it for my birthday. And I can't wait to do that. Oh, yeah, definitely. Maybe not jack of all trades is the right term, because jack of all trades means it's like a trade. So it's like you're an average carpenter, an average electrician, an average painter. I'd say this is more like almost being like a polymath. My knowledge is a mile wide and an inch deep. Which I guess you could say that's jack of all trades. A trade of trades. Yes. Well, I'm glad you're going to see your doctor again, Brandon, and I do appreciate you being here. Like I said, I can recognize. I think I can recognize people who are trolling or whatever it is. Like I said, I think you should just listen to your mom, who sounds like she cares about you, and go talk to your doctor. As Mr. Keep says, just being on the safe side is always good advice. I'm a Virgo, Virgo. September 22nd is my birthday. However, people tell me I'm not a believer in horoscopes. It wouldn't surprise anybody to know. But my friends who are believers in horoscopes tell me that I'm actually closer to the next sign than a Virgo. So whatever comes after that, they say that fits my personality trait more, for whatever that's worth. You can take that however you want, because I don't know anything about that stuff. And it looks as though reports are coming in that Regco Simcoe alien. I mean, I don't believe in aliens, unless you're asking me if I'm an alien, or you asking me if I believe AI is an artificial intelligence. And Regco, I think you've been on the stream before. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Sorry, I don't think you've been on the stream before. So I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Um, when you ask me, so I don't believe aliens exist. I believe we are the exclusive life form in the universe. If they did exist, I'm really hoping they have Freemasonry as well as us. Um, I am not one of those people who's concerned about artificial intelligence. I think technological innovation is part of what it means to be human. From the moment we picked up the first stone tool and bashed it together with another stone to create, I guess, to create the first stone tool, to fire, to agriculture, to the wheel, to um, aqueducts and sewage systems, to whatever else it may be. I think innovation is part of being human, and I think AI is the next step on that innovation. I mean, Freemasons or stonemasons, I should say, have been part of this forever. Not AI, but rather stonemasonry. You could argue was the first example of technological innovation, the creation of stone tools. So AI is just a part of that process. And it doesn't scare me, even if AI became self-aware, it doesn't scare me. Humans have had the chance to exist, so why shouldn't artificial life forms have the chance to exist as well? Life is life, if you want to put it that way. In I'm just reading on, but thank you, Red. Like I said, please hit like and subscribe. I'm just reading. I don't know if this is 100% accurate or not. This is coming from Twitter, so absolutely take it with a big grain of salt. Breaking: Charlie Kirk is pronounced dead at 31 years old. Um, So yeah, again, this is not really a political stream. I don't ever talk about I don't know if again this is the case or not. Oh, Donald Trump, I guess, posted um, that Charlie Kirk is dead as well. So again, I don't know if anybody on this stream is into politics, political streaming. As general rule, I'm not, but I do talk about it, and obviously I think that this just ratchets up violence at a time when it's never good to ratchet up violence, but at a particularly kind of bleak-ish time in American history and America, and I hope that everybody keeps their temperatures as cool as they can. Mr. Keeps on Ticking, are you saying no about my views on AI or no about something else? I guessed based on what I've seen that you were a fan of Charlie Kirk, so I'm very sorry. Yeah, I don't. I'm super hesitant. I don't like posting stuff based on what I'm seeing on Twitter or True Social or anything like that. But again, this I guess came from Donald Trump, who posted at 1:40 p.m. I think Eastern time. Not Eastern time. It would be. Uh, the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. So it's getting real. But to anybody who is mourning his loss, who admired him for his work, then I'm very sorry for your loss. I don't know what blade control means. I'm curious what some of the other people are saying at the moment. Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks mentioned it as well. I have no idea what Trump egregore means. I'm no fan of Donald Trump. We're giving it a bit more time. We're going to see who else joins. I appreciate everybody who's been here so far. And thank you all for being here. If you want, like I said, CNN, I don't know if CNN's reporting it yet. So CNN hasn't confirmed that Charlie Kirk passed away, but rather they said conservative activist Charlie Kirk killed, Trump says. So they're reporting on what Trump is saying. Trump speaks with Utah governor after shooting of Charlie Kirk. And at least 3 injured after school shooting at a Denver area high school. That also just came up, so. But welcome. I hope everybody, if you are watching, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know if there's anything you want to talk about, any thoughts you guys have. I'm just hanging out now. I'm going to talk about relevance tomorrow at 1 p.m., not today. So instead, anything you guys want to talk about today, please let me know. We're just hanging out at this point. So we're just chatting, shooting the poop, if you will. I have no idea what you're referring to there. Actually, so not maybe Saturday night, but Sunday on this channel at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be doing a movie watch-along, which should be a lot of fun. So I hope you guys will join me for that. It's going to be really cool. It's going to be with me and Igor. So that's going to be a blast. We're going to talk about... Ryan, I gave a Patreon poll. So which movie they want me to watch. Not every Sunday, but this Sunday, and we'll go from there. But I may do another stream Saturday night as well. We'll see. It depends on what I manage to get done this coming Sunday. This coming weekend, and what I'm working on. I do not see Regco. You're saying a lot of words in there, but I don't get what you're saying. Well, if you're just joining us, thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. And if there is anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry or any thoughts you have, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. I'm just hanging out, chatting with people, seeing who wants to join and what people want to talk about. I will be back on at 1 a.m. tonight. I got a Rose Lodge meeting to go to. But I will be checking out back again at 1 a.m. So I guess you are a believer in aliens, Regco, unlike me. Brandon, thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. I mean, I think any degree, it depends what you're getting it for. I think if you find something of interest and it speaks to you philosophically, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, pick your term, then I think it's worth it, right? I don't think our primary purpose of learning and getting degrees should be for what we can do in terms of a job. I think it should be first and foremost what we can do in terms of how we can function like in our soul. So computer science, if you love it, then get a degree. And you never know, right? I don't think anybody knows for sure what AI is going to mean for us, for jobs, for the future. I don't think anybody knows for sure anything. I think a lot of people have made predictions. A lot of them have turned out to be wrong. So I would hope that we, I would hope that we aren't making decisions based exclusively on the economic situation, which is very hard to predict, but rather making decisions based on what speaks to ourselves and our souls. Yes. To Rondo, yes, I do. Um, uh, I mean, I wouldn't even say, I mean, the bipedal part is just kind of irrelevant because, for example, the T Rex was bipedal, right? The ostriches are bipedal. I think the key is we are the exclusive intelligent creature in the universe, and intelligent in a way that allows us to, for example, build spaceships and travel outside of our Earth, our planet, and potentially one day soon our solar system. I think we've already actually made it outside of our solar system. Yeah, but I think I would hope that we would never get to a point um, where it maybe one day it will become an issue that AI is better at computer science or coding than humans. But that doesn't mean we should not want to study computer science, right? We don't know what the practical applications of things will be. A lot of the greatest scientific discoveries were made without any necessarily practical applications in mind. One of the most famous quotes, sorry, Regco, I wish I did, but I don't speak French. But a friend of mine who's a Mason speaks French. Maybe I'll get him on the stream. One of my favorite quotes ever came from, I think it was 1910 or something. But somebody said, he was a physicist, and he made a toast. And he said, here's to the discovery of the electron, the most useful particle ever discovered. And obviously, if you pay attention to science, you will know that, in fact, the electron was very much not useless. So even if it comes to a point where it feels as though computer science I think if it speaks to you, you should take it. You should learn it. You never know what's going to come in handy. Well, I don't know, right? Because that's the thing, Mr. Keeps. I have no idea what the future is going to look like with AI, and maybe we will start doing that. I don't know. I would hope not, but I guess what I'd say is, and that's because I hear people saying this isn't even about computer science per se. This is just about the idea of determining what you're going to study based on what AI could or could not do. Because I know a lot of people saying they maybe don't want to go into the arts anymore because AI is going to take all the artistic jobs because you can just use AI to write a script, for example. Still go into the arts, you know? I don't think we should be making decisions on what we're going to, on our education based on, what A or AI may not do. I don't know if I'd go that far, Mr. Keeps on Ticking, saying it's an overhyped dumbass fad. I mean, maybe. It seems like it's going to be pretty relevant to to life. How relevant, I think nobody knows. But I'd be hesitant to say it's overhyped. I mean, it certainly does seem to be having some impact on the day-to-day life of people at the moment. Fair enough, Rondo. I think that's a pretty decent analogy. Um, I mean, if you're talking about universal basic income, I'm somewhat more supportive of it than I was before, though there are a lot of issues with the implementation of it. Um, but I mean, AI from a physical, I mean, what I think you're going to see, honestly, is potentially AI forcing more and more people into the trades than you will otherwise, right? Because at least for the time being, and unless maybe they build robots, AI might be able to write a script, might be able to create a piece of art, might be able to produce a song. It's not going to be able to, turn a wrench or build a car or fasten a screw or sand a floor. All of those type of things are very, very different. And so I think that's something that might start to happen. You're not wrong. I mean, I suspect, I've heard a lot of people say, and I think that's right, that probably the first industry to really get hit by AI will actually be truck drivers. Um, because that's a very unique example of a trade that relies on something that can potentially be done by AI. Plumbers, electricians, carpenters, that's the type of trade that I don't think can be done by AI. At least not for any time soon. Who are the hybrids, Regco? Well, so long as I'm not one of the hybrids, I think that's, the key for me. But I think I'm avoiding it. We all live in a community. Welcome, Goober. All right, let's hear the research that you did, and thank you for being here. I hope that you're doing well. And by the way, Goober, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. I'm waiting to hear the Goober. It sounds weird to say it that way. I'm waiting to hear the Goober's research. Okay, are you the kind of Mason that's pushing the destruction of the Temple Mount and the new build of the new temple? So the third temple, I think you're referring to? Or are you the newer kind of Mason that's just trying to help and keep things from going to the landfill? Well, I think there's a lot you misunderstand about Freemasonry. Freemasonry is not a religion. From what I understand, well, I mean, Mr. Keeps on ticking. It's okay. It sounds to me like the whole red heifer thing that you're referring to when you say the temple, you're referring to the religious belief. I believe it's a Christian belief, though I'm not positive, that the end of the world will come as a consequence of the building of a third temple on the Jerusalem Mound. Um, so that's a religious idea. I've never heard of any Freemasons in any of my travels or since 2007 discuss the building of a third temple or discuss the red heifers or discuss any of, I believe it's in Revelations, any of that kind of talk. I'm not saying that there might not be Freemasons who believe in the third temple or who believe in the book of Revelations. I've just never heard it discussed in Lodge because we in Lodge don't discuss politics or religion. So I guess what I'd say is I'm the type of Mason who is trying to fight to build a better world through the application of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Some Masons join for more personal reasons. They join maybe for self-improvement. But the third temple is not a Masonic idea. We talk a lot about the first temple in the sense of King Solomon, because King Solomon is an important figure in Masonic symbolism. But so is Stoic philosophy. So are Egyptian figures. So you have to keep that in mind. But no, there is no divide of Masons trying to bring forth the third temple, which I think portends the end of the world or otherwise. Um, the Red Burden? Bairden, hello. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you get the chance. I hope that you are doing well. And Goober, I hope I answered your question well. What are the Allied degrees? Well, the Grand Council of the Allied Degrees, it's an invitational appendant body of Freemasonry. I've actually had a brother on the stream to talk about the Allied Masonic degrees before. Awesome. I hope, Burden, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Freemasonry in Turkey is actually very important. One of the first Turkish prime ministers was a Freemason. I gotta find, I forget the name of the Allied Masonic degrees now. Let me just see if I can find them quickly. So there are 12 Masonic degrees in the US. In England, it's 5. I think in Canada, it's 10. All in one. Hello, all in one. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it very much. I hope you're doing well. There's Solomon, Red Cross of Babylon, Plymouth, Knights of Constantinople. So I don't know a ton about the Allied Masonic degrees. What I can say is, to my knowledge, they are almost exclusively invitational. I don't know if you can apply to join them. I've never been interested in joining them myself. They're also detached degrees, which means they don't actually impact your Masonic career one way or the other. But I think you required membership in the Royal Arch chapter. I think to be allied, you have to first join the Royal Arch. When you say older lodge books, I'd be curious what those are. Does that mean, for example, Allied Masonic degree books, which would not be the same? Okay, I appreciate that. So it looks like the Grand Council took the day's formation on 1892 with the Sovereign College of Allied Masonic and Christian Degrees. I mean, what I'll do is I will put this in the... but you want to keep in mind, when you're talking about any of these degrees, keep in mind there's a difference between metaphorical and literal, right? Freemason degrees in the craft lodges reference many things that are metaphorical, but it does not make them literal. All in one, I am from Canada and love being from Canada, Windsor, Ontario, Canada. That's what I understand them to be as well. And I'm even an outsider when it comes to the Allied Masonic degrees. It's not something I know much about. Great to have some more Canadians join us. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, all in one. Once again, I hope that you'll hit the like button and the subscribe button. I am a Freemason since 2007. So about 20 years, which is crazy to think it's been that long, by the way. Thank you, all in one. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, I've done interviews about like I said, I've done interviews with Allied Masonic degree officers. So I'll post that on the stream. So maybe we can learn more about it there. Sorry, Reg Co. I do not believe aliens exist. But maybe they do. Who knows? Right? I could very well be wrong. It's very, very possible. I've been wrong about many things in the past. I'm sure I'll be wrong about many things in the future. But I think either way, I think spending too much time thinking about aliens and not enough time thinking about us here on the planet Earth, it can be dangerous. No, you understand plenty all in one. I think you're doing a great job. I really appreciate you being here and chatting with us and talking about uh, Freemasonry. Like I said, there's plenty of Masonic Freemasons in India, actually. It's one of the cooler parts. Well, I think whenever Freemasonry exists, it's one of the cooler parts anywhere to see Freemasonry existing. So, yeah. Oh, my cat just showed up. If I can get my cat to jump up here, I will show you a picture of him because I know Mr. Keeps wanted to see him if Mr. Keeps is still there. Oof. Oh, he's behind me now. She's behind me. Come here. Oh, she's gone. I don't think I can get her. Come here. No, she's gone. Oh, Prince Hall? Is that what you're referring to? Prince Hall has a really cool history. They're not exclusive to America and Canada. They actually exist overseas as well. But I've talked about Prince Hall Freemasonry in the past. It's a really cool story or history of it. It's sad that it formed out of racism. However, what's wonderful is the contribution it provided to Freemasonry and the world. No, Regco, I'm sorry, but that is not correct. Uh, Trudeau is not a Freemason, at least not to my knowledge. Uh, I can double check, but I've never heard of him as being a Freemason. I don't believe that he is. Let's see. Yeah, well, I think you mean prime minister as well. There's no President Trudeau, but he is not a Freemason. I've never heard any evidence that he is. So, sorry, Regco, you are incorrect. Give it a bit more time. Just going to see who else joins. Like I said, I will be back doing another stream tonight at 1 a.m. and then tomorrow at 1 p.m. once again. I think your friend and former Freemason is incorrect. I would not take his word for that. If Prime Minister Trudeau were a Freemason, believe me, we would be talking about it. Um, all right, I'll see you soon. All in one. By the way, don't forget you can also support my channel by sharing this stream and by becoming a Patreon at patreon.com/square and compass. Well, I don't want to put down people's names on here. I don't know who that is, but I don't want. I mean, if that gentleman wanted to tell people he's a Freemason, then by all means, if he wants to join the stream, he's more than welcome, and he can talk to us about what he saw. I'm going to be plugging my phone in right now because it is getting close to. Let's see if I can do this here. Switch to this. All right, because my phone was going out of juice. We got a lot of people on here for a while. This has been a fun stream. It's been about 4 hours and 15 minutes. I mean, I would go longer, but I do have to make it to the Masonic Temple tonight around 7:30. So I do, I can't stay on for maybe as long as I would like. But it's been fun. It's been enjoyable. Like I said, one of the things I love about this is just the random way people pop up and pop into the stream. I think that makes it a lot of fun and very, very enjoyable. Just waiting to see who else joins. Welcome, if you're just joining us. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. If there's anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, I'd love to hear it. I mean, you never know. There's wisdom in everything, even reviewing nutcase applications. Maybe you can find a little bit of wisdom. Raymond Choquette. I've never heard of this fella. Raymond. I do not know to whom he is. Well, I typed him in to Google. Nothing's popping up. Raymond Choquette, 72 of Great Barrington. I got nothing. I do not know to what you're referring to. However, I can never say anything 100%. It's possible Justin Trudeau joined a Masonic lodge and just never spoke of it and convinced all of his brothers never speak of it. However, I've never seen any evidence that he is a Freemason. So, and I would, highly question your friend, who sounds to me like he might be full of baloney. I'm very sorry to say, Regco. Raymond who? Which Raymond? Well, so I don't know much about Legault. I mean, it's interesting. Macron out of France was not himself a Freemason, but was actually very supportive of Freemasonry recently, and I appreciated that for him quite a bit, or appreciated that about him quite a bit. Well, I definitely don't agree with that. I don't think he could outlaw public prayer, right? I think it'd be a violation of the charter, right? Freedom of expression would include. I mean, because if you're allowed to carry a sign and protest, you can, in theory, carry a sign that says, like, I don't know, John 3:16 or something. Southwest Carpenter. I have no idea what plants make you guff means. But I do hope, Southwest, you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Um, and if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm just here chatting. I mean, I've done a stream for a long time now talking about Freemasonry, but mostly now we're just hanging out, chatting about whatever. I mean, I personally would not support outlawing public prayer. So long as you're not requiring others to take part in those prayers, then I'm perfectly fine with anybody praying in public. Just don't expect me to join you or anybody to join you, and do what you want. Well, I mean, but the notwithstanding clause relates to acts of parliament. I don't think that he could use that. I don't think it'll make a difference. I think if the courts come down, I could be wrong. I think if the courts came down and just said, no, you can't do that, I don't think he'd have a choice. But I could be wrong on that one. I'd have to double check. Pierre, I don't think Pierre Elliott Trudeau is a monster. I actually think Pierre Elliott Trudeau is a pretty decent prime minister, all things considered. Not the best. The best prime minister I think we've had recently was actually Stephen Harper. The best prime minister of all time, maybe uh, John A. Macdonald. I got to say John A. Macdonald because he was a Freemason. So, although Mackenzie King, I think, was pretty decent as well. Brian Mulroney was okay. I thought even John Chrétien I thought was actually pretty good. Being in charge of the government is harder than people realize. I tend to give our politicians a little bit more leeway than I feel like a lot of people do. Let's give it another, let's say, 10 minutes. Let's see who else joins. Then we'll call off this stream. I will be back with another stream tonight at 1 a.m. and we'll see who joins me for that one. Because I do still need to get my phone charged, etc., etc. Oh my gosh, you're gonna make me try to think back. I'm gonna go to Google for this because you're gonna make me think back to my law school days. Certainly very entertaining for whatever it's worth. So, the notwithstanding clause is a provision of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that allows Parliament or provincial legislature to pass laws that override certain charter rights for limited times, typically 5 years. It serves as a legislative override, enabling governments to enact laws that might otherwise be found unconstitutional by the courts, though it cannot be used to override democratic rights, mobility rights, or Aboriginal rights. A crucial compromise during the Charter's creation, ensuring its passage by balancing legislative power with fundamental rights. So I guess, in theory, if it was found to be against the Charter, he could use the notwithstanding clause to try and override the courts if they find the ban on public prayer to be unconstitutional. We'll see. Although, again, it doesn't apply to democratic rights, mobility rights. So I don't know if by democratic rights that would mean the so the notwithstanding clause does apply to freedom of speech or religion. Cassie Robinson, yes, you're coming to get me, says hello. Hello, Cassie. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. Well, whenever I hear a siren, I always say to myself, I hope everybody's all right. Though I don't know how, off the top of my head, invoking of the notwithstanding clause actually works. Skinwalkers are not real. I'm going to be very comfortable just saying that on this stream for whatever it's worth. You can take it as you will. But I'm comfortable saying skinwalkers are not real. That sounds to me like shapeshifters is what I usually think of when I hear the term skinwalkers. I did like the movie. I like the most recent version of the Body Snatchers movie that came out in the 90s. Pixel supremacy. I didn't even use 40% after a full workday. I'm not sure what that means. I have no idea what pixel supremacy is. Again, I'm not the best at this stuff. But I do appreciate the fact that you're always hanging out with me during work, your workday, Mr. Keeps. But I think what I'm going to do is end this stream now. It's been fun hanging out with everybody. I'll be back at 1 a.m. and then, okay. So it sounds to me like you're going to go with your same phone. I know you're talking before about trying to decide between Apple or Android. Um, but what we're going to be doing is I will be back tonight at 1 a.m. Tomorrow at 1 p.m., what we're going to talk about is relevance, types of relevance that exists within the world, why it's important that we think about relevance in Freemasonry, how Freemasonry can be relevant to its members and to the community at large. That'll be tomorrow at 1 p.m. I hope you'll join me then. See you later, Mr. Keeps. Thank you for joining. I hope everybody has a great rest of the day. All right.